bald men coming to and from their procedures. There are literal airplanes full of bald men traveling to get transplants. Beautiful. Look at those bald men all holding hands like they're going to heaven. We're going to make it. As with any medical procedure, there's always a risk that something will go wrong. And in fact, traveling outside the country has resulted in some nightmare hair transplants. Because there's such a high demand for hair transplants in Turkey, a new black market has taken over the underground and is leaving people maimed. Hair mills, for example, are clinics that perform quick surgeries for dirt cheap that are usually done by regular people and not doctors. They practice cheap surgeries that oftentimes leave the patient scarred and at a high risk for infection due to unhygienic tools and medical malpractice. And in recent news, a person who went to one of these cheap clinics had to be removed from his commercial flight because he wouldn't stop bleeding. And you can take a fucking Southwest flight because you won't stop bleeding from the time you go home. The skin grafts are done poorly, and the pressurized cabin caused the wounds to squeeze blood out from the top of his head. Another patient's hair grew super thick and was left with scars after a cheap transplant. The man chose the clinic from Google reviews and paid £2,500 for the surgery, only to be left with the worst-looking hair. His doctor reassured him that the thin patches were a part of his early healing process, right? However, months after the surgery, hair never thickened. Distressed by his hair, he sought out a specialist who told him that his hair might be permanently damaged and that it would take at least 2 more surgeries to correct his practice. Hey, you think you're gonna go back to the motherfucker again? He's gone. And he has your money. $2,500, dude. You've been bald this long, just get a little longer. Also, probably the longer it goes on, and the more readily available.
Leave me alone.
Maybe. Hair thinning is a common side effect of botched surgery, not put in properly.
Alright, baby. People trying to kill me over.
Cheap clinics. It's a shame that this keeps happening because multiple people have botched transplants have ruined their lives. 57-year-old Mark Sweeney paid around $4,600 for his head to be left with massive scars. Like you're saying, double.
You're wasting grenades on a scav?
Get a fucking loan if you have to, my god. It affected his life so much that he quit his waitressing job due to being embarrassed by his hair.
Pussy.
Looking at the Phantom of the Opera that takes off the mask.
I was trying to get to that other body. I should have grabbed that other.
His life has now completely changed because he's less depressed and anxious about his appearance. Brutal, man. I fucking feel bad for these guys. A clinic in India called Look Like You Feel also left one of his patients disappointed. He paid $47
what are you doing,
for a
Lumpy?
transplant and received
Meow. Meow.
The
Meow, little lump.
area was over-harvested, preventing healthy hair growth. The patient reached out to the
Scratch it. Scratch the post.
Any way to improve the healing process.
Scratch it.
The doctor recommended more medicine, but after the medicine didn't work and the
Scratch
patient
it,
kept
Lumpy.
asking for help, the doctors blocked his number.
No, not my chair. No, not my chair.
The transplant he had received from Dr. Brett Bolton, who runs the Great Hair Transplants Clinic in Florida. According to him, he was told he could pay $1 per hair. So he put down $14,000 for 14,000 hairs. This procedure was only 1 to 2 hours long, and he received a fraction of the grafts he paid for. 25% of those incisions, however, were empty and had no grafts placed in them. The doctor even skipped his mid-scalp as well as the crown despite agreeing to do that beforehand. It turns out that he didn't even employ the standard method of the follicular unit extraction, instead giving him the equivalent of a 1980s hair plug that he renamed Bolton's Bundles. In the process, the man claims Bolton left multiple gaps, killing existing hairs, and did permanent damage to his scalp. First off, dude, I would never go to Florida for anything. Hey, Dr. Bolton.
Yes, sir, Rio.
Can you patch up my hair? Bolton Bundle it is. I'd be like, no. No thanks. His further investigation showed that Bolton's social media promotion success stories were typically the same videos being repeated multiple times. He's like, thank God one worked. Thank God one worked. Even worse, he claims that the man doesn't show up as being medically licensed. See, this is also things you gotta do more research. In the comments, another victim of Brett Bolton reveals that he had to cut a nerve in the back of his head during his procedure, making it perpetually numb to this day. His reputation online got so bad that people started labeling him the Bolton Botcher, and people started digging into his history, only to find an article reporting that he was suspended of his medical license after an insane incident that occurred in 2014. Bolton was found to be posting on the website about how he was in fact the son of God. According to the staff members, he was doing strange things like believing he was Jesus Christ, dressing all in white and asking everybody if God asked them to kill someone, would they do it?
Whoa. Whoa!
Bolton's bundles. The erratic behavior
People
escalated to the point
retarded.
where he was found violently knocking on a man exiting a bathroom at the 9/11 Memorial Museum in New York. He did so because apparently God told him that the man was a pedophile that needed to be brought to justice. Give that man a clinic. Like
I remember you
"All
saying
right,
it's not
hair.
even that
We're going-
long.
We're just moving into hair. He started challenging police
What if you
officers to
love
arrest him,
me?
which is exactly what they did. And after this, he ended up in a psychiatric ward for 2 weeks before eventually continuing to run his nightmare of a clinic and ruining the lives of men.
Really? Lying. I came like a bajillion times.
BTR driver gives us a question.
Hi everyone, this is Mincy, and welcome back to another Escape from Tarkov guide. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to complete
Came more
the
time than I
BTR
didn't.
task Hot Wheels. So in order to do this, we need to mark the spare pair of BTR
I said I
wheels,
came more
and
times
these
than
are
I
going to be
didn't.
on reserve. Now in order to do this, you are going to need an MS-2000 marker, so make sure you have one of those on you before you go into the
Yeah.
raid. Now here is a map of reserve, and as you can see, I marked the area that we need to go to with a red dot. So here I am at the location that I marked with a red dot, and as you can see, the White Knight building is going to be to our right, and we are in front of this garage here. Head inside the garage and to the right side, and you can find the spare pair of BTR wheels right here. Use your MS-2000 marker, and you need to hold it down for 15 seconds, but once you're done with that, you have marked the wheels and completed the task. To turn in this task, go to the BTR and talk to the driver and told him that you've completed the task. That's gonna do it for the video, guys. I hope this guide helped you out. If it did, a like would be appreciated, and subscribe for more Tarkov guides just like this. And as always, I appreciate you all so much for watching.
Though being bald and doing the hair transplants and all this shit might seem like a dark and despairing road, there's still hope for a cure. In October this year, scientists at a national Taiwan university made a major breakthrough that could cure baldness. They claimed that fatty acid serum was applied to bald spots on mice, and that significant growth.
No, it's just most of the people that have them are either really old and they don't drive very fast, or they're younger, and those guys are already driving
after
fast.
being dormant. Though no large-scale
You don't
tests
see
have
'em,
been
don't
conducted on humans, they remain optimistic.
Usually just fucking
that the
old
study
people
will
that are
result
driving
in
them if it's
groundbreaking
like that.
product. Other studies showing progress in its early stages come from the University of Virginia School of Medicine, which claims to have identified a leading cause of baldness. In their study, they found that the middle and upper parts of the hair contain
I
stem
know,
cells
dude, old
that are
people should
necessary
not be
for
on the
hair growth.
road
The
again.
bulb inside the skin is often the first part to die off. But if you can save the upper and middle parts of the hair, there's still a chance of stopping baldness from spreading. So, hey, a little hope on the horizon. To all the people who are bald or on their way to being bald. Bald. You have our utmost sympathy. Hopefully, there will be a safer, less expensive alternative that completely solves male baldness in the near future. When it comes to accepting your baldness, what matters most is inner confidence. If you're able to get past the need for having long, flowing, beautiful, gorgeous hair that maybe is curly and is just really healthy and thick and full. If you're able to get past the need of having that, you may just be happier avoiding the potential risks that come with invasive procedures. But that being said, there's nothing wrong with getting a hair transplant, so as long as you do your research, guys. But hey, love yourself and love each other. We will see you in the next one. See you later, bald bitches. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to a series. Yogurt, a right-wing grifter and part of the alt-right pipeline. Hilarious. Rank #1 assassin Taylor Lorenz is back, doxing people over a simple joke on Twitter. She's beefing with Ethan, claiming he wants her dead, and making up stories about Ethan harassing cancer patients and organ donors. Literal fantasy. Ethan has responded absolutely baffled at how insane this person is. Subscribe or you gotta go on a date with deranged cat lady Taylor Lorenz. Your goal. Let's up those numbers! Right so now Hassan is calling out women for internalized misogyny. Basically, if you didn't know, the H3 podcast has a majority female fan base, so he can't really call them incel loser freaks like he says about Asmongold, who has a majority male audience. So now he's saying they're women who hate themselves. Hassan thinks most women in Ethan Klein's audience are experiencing internalized misogyny. Right, so context, they're talking about Taylor Lorenz and how she only supports Hassan because she's in love with him, and Hassan is claiming, oh my god, you're saying women don't have autonomy and you're reducing them to this or that. No, Hassan, we just saw the clip of Taylor simping for you.
Women are incapable of making up their own minds and making their own decisions. They must have a sexual desire behind why they believe certain things, you know, why they advocate for certain things. I think one of the craziest aspects of all of this is that there are still like some poop soldiers that are of the female variety. There are women in that community, and that's so shocking to me. But then again, I remember how much of the shade room style T channels are actually perpetuating misogyny, internalized misogyny to an audience that has a lot of internalized misogyny itself, that they just can't see themselves. Even if a lot of these women have been victim to similar types of misogyny, stalkerish behavior, obsessive behavior like this from men, they can't understand that like they're engaging and participating in a similar thing that they've themselves been victim to when it's a ordained enemy of their favorite podcast, I guess.
Right, Hassan really respects women, guys. The same guy who went to a Diddy party in a brothel in Germany.
I walked into this like back sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella. One of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl.
Same guy, by the way, who encourages nudes from his fans on Snapchat that he can't verify the age of.
Okay, all of these are dudes now. I used to exclusively get fucking like titty pics and shit.
Same guy who thrust his pee-pee at his friend Cutie, telling her to look at his dick, while Cucklord Ludwig goes, that's crass.
And he came in and he said, you could see my dick in this. And I said, Hassan, I'm not looking. And then he proceeded to hump the air and he said, look. And I said, I'm not looking.
That's crass.
Yeah, I don't know, Hassan. I feel like you're the misogynist there. That was just off the top of my head. There's probably a bunch more, right? Hassan even said that rich women deserve to get raped at like college campuses or whatever, right? And yeah, he just has no room to speak about this topic at all. And the reason people say that Taylor Lorenz is thirsting over you is because it's captured on video, you flippin' moron. Play the clip.
The other thing with Hassan, he's unreasonably good looking and like cool and dresses cool.
Tell me about
but
it.
Do you know what I mean? He is
Hot.
very attractive and very cool and genuinely a good person too, I will say.
Yeah, by the way, that's supposed to be the unbiased journalist there, a 40-year-old cat lady who clearly...
fuck, I'm in between these faggots fighting. What'd you say, baby? What time was it when you left? At like 2:40 something, I think, or 2:30? Or like the last time I looked at the clock, it was like 2:15 or something. So maybe just a little bit earlier, like 20 or something like that. Sorry, baby. You got there in time though, right? Yeah. Sorry, my baby. Forcing you to be there. Sorry, baby, we could have just gotten it while we were taking temperate. Could have stopped by there first before we took her boyfriend. Could have taken one of my thingies, the pyro one, at least. Alright, baby, I love you so much. terrible. Hope it's less terrible than usual. Love you. Okay, I love you. Jump, nigga!
literally wants to get in your pants, writes articles glazing you all this time, defends you at every turn even when you're in the wrong, completely lied about the shock color saga as well. Apparently that's the unbiased journalist, guys. Not to mention, even the other articles written about you are talking about the sweat beating off your chest. They're clearly thirsting after you. Even Ethan exposed your TikTok feed, which is basically resharing a bunch of thirst traps that you literally encourage, right? It's a big part of your fan base. Also, I don't really know why he's acting like Ethan is the only one who's like said this. Taylor said that Ethan is psychosexually obsessed with Hassan, and that one literally has no proof. That is literally based on nothing. Ethan is obviously not thirsting after Hassan or anything. He has a wife and kids as well. So, yeah, I don't know. This is another case of delusional Diddy here. That's a massive projection. He should be displayed in the front shelf in Walmart. I trust a family man with a decade-plus steady relationship over the guy with a history of drunk driving and brothels, Lamau. I haven't even heard about this one. In this one, mental gymnastics are strong, Yoda. Thank you, Yoda. Hassan, stop trying to mansplain feminism to women. Stop pretending to have lived experience you don't have. It's why no one takes your claims of racism, sexism, or any other bigotry seriously. You aren't the change you want to see in the world. Very rich coming from a man with a known frat boy mentality. I completely forgot he wasn't even sharing the pictures he got from his fans with his friends and laughing about it, right? Very non-misogynist. Any woman who disagrees with me must be brainwashed. Ironically, it's pretty much the opposite. Moving on to Hassan, using a hypothetical, threatening a lawsuit against Lonerbox. He's basically talking about Ethan's lawsuit against Casey Denims and Fruggan, and he's saying, imagine if I did this. Hassan, imagine suing Lonerbox over copyright. Lonerbox pushes back.
Dude, I sued Bonerbox openly in an effort to financially put him underwater, and I basically found like a copyright reason to do so, right? And I just fucking openly sued him, and I made him do an apology in the process. Do you think people would be talking about how based it is? Do you think that, you know, people would be...
The difference is, you fucking hypocritical retard, is first of all, I react pretty aggressively to everything that you say. Like, for every fucking 5 seconds you talk, I'll talk for like a minute about how fucking stupid you are. And second of all, I don't lie about you. I don't do, like, again, if I literally said, oh yeah, let's just steal a bunch of Hassan content and do a shitty ass react, and you sued me, then it's like, what grounds would I have to complain about that? Like, I've clearly f***ed around in the most obvious way, and if I find out, well, f*** me, I guess. Like, that would be a real shame, but what could I say, you know? Like,
dude, oh my god, Hassan cannot understand the concept of accountability. It's a foreign concept to him entirely. He completely ignores the sort of violation at hand and instantly goes to rich man suing poor Caseytron and my orbiters. This has got to be wrong. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to do that if they didn't steal his content, right? And still, you refuse to donate and help them, and you keep telling the public, oh, I'm probably donating behind the scenes. And we find out through Ethan's investigation and the whole lawyer process that you actually didn't do shit. Also, I don't really see how you would sue Lonerbox here. Now, I don't really know much about the guy other than the few clips I've seen here and there, but unless he violated copyright, you can't really do shit, right? And from the clips I've seen, he always sufficiently reacts to the commentary. He's not out there like Caseytron smoking weed or being like Denim saying that, you know, toss me a prime, make sure to not give any views to that bad video there.
If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
Like, those are the most obvious violations ever, and you yourself admitted that the money you would donate would end up going to Ethan as well, which is why you're not supporting them as well. So yeah, you literally admitted that it's not a frivolous lawsuit, and you're trying to like backtrack.
but as far as like any other underlying pretext for you to have like a spiteful or like to have a vendetta against me, dude, I don't lie about you, and I literally have DMs. I have DMs with Hassan where he hasn't responded to this last one, but I've literally said, like, yeah, if I ever say anything to you, because I was correcting him something he was saying about me about a year ago, and I said, like, hey, if you ever see me saying anything about you that you think is out of context or unfair or dishonest, just tell me. Like, I'll correct it if you show me context or if you say why I got something wrong. I'll do that, because I'm not you. I'm not like you. We are different people. I'm an honest person. You are a lying, frat, f***ing hyper-consumerist, desperate to simp for the f***ing state of China whilst enjoying all the benefits of freedom living in the United States. LARPing cunt, right? Is that Is that okay? Is that a big enough difference? Also, you're spoiled.
Yeah, I will never get over Hassan ever talking about stuff like, you know, slander or defamation or lawsuits because, brother, there's like 50 lawsuits that can be launched against you at any time. You actually somehow think that you have the high ground here. It is so incredibly delusional. The man who goes live, spins a fucking, you know, YouTube challenge wheel and goes, who do I call a PDF file today? Who do I call a generational rapist today? This guy's the guy talking about lawsuits and slander and defamation and shit like that. You're actually living in another universe, man. Also, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't lie about that because it's easily fact-checkable, right? This guy apparently reached out saying that, oh, please let me know if I said anything wrong about you so that I can correct it, right? And that is so much more courtesy than Hassan would ever give him or anybody else that he disagrees with, right? Hassan would probably message you saying, please let me know which piece of misinformation bothered you the most. I'll make sure to double, triple down on it in my next stream, right? And that's essentially what he does to people like Tectone or other people as well, calling them all these like heinous fucking labels or whatever. You know, that this reminds me of that line, don't tell lies about me and I won't tell truths about you. That's basically what's going on here. Hassan is 100% right. He should sue Lonerbox because he will totally win. Yes, Big Hassan, we got your back and we'll fund the lawsuit that will totally not just go towards Lonerbox. Easy win. Surely he's saving his money for his pal Denims. He said that lawsuit is frivolous, only a matter of time before he comes through. Hassan pretending like him and his fans wouldn't be parading around the fact that he successfully sued and got an apology from one of his biggest dissenters is hilarious. Who believes this shit? Nobody does. The thing is, what people don't understand is that so many events actually happened that they forgot the original story. Denims was actually the one who was going to sue Ethan. If you guys remember, she did a GoFundMe raising funds in order to sue Ethan Klein. Now, she didn't go through with that. In fact, she just ended up essentially scamming her audience because she didn't deliver what she promised her. But that was the original story that everybody seems to have forgotten. So these people acting like, oh my god, why are we bringing lawsuits into this? Denims was literally doing that. Never met an employed Hassan fan. True. We got Chunk Yogurt. This is my nephew who's built like a brick house. Ladies in LA, where you at? Oh, brother. This better not be a real twin. It would be hilarious if he sues Lonerbox and Ethan funds Lonerbox's defense. More paces. Absolute cinema. There, you got the audio version now. Moving on to Asmongold responding to Hassan. Now, recap last episode. Hassan was complaining about OG YouTubers who refused to defend him publicly. He called out Moist Critical for not going after Ethan Klein, saying that, oh, if it was me that was suing Reddit mods, he would totally make a video about it because it's so ridiculous or whatever, right? Which is obviously not. He's implying that Moist has a personal grudge against Hassan. Maybe because you shocked your fucking dog, man. So Asmon responded. Asmon explains why no OG YouTubers have condemned Ethan Klein.
Not just... The reason why nobody else got involved is because Ethan was completely in the right. That's the reason why nobody got involved, is that any rational, reasonable person would look at Ethan filing those lawsuits and then these three women going out and saying, we're doing this so he doesn't make money, as the most bad faith form of reacting, re-uploading, and content creation there could possibly be. It was evident, obvious, and undeniable. The only people that are defending them are people that will not even consider that fact. I actually think that Hassan is generally not the worst actor, but Hassan empowers a lot of extremely bad actors. Like some of the worst actors on the internet, Hassan regularly platforms and promotes them and interacts with them on social media. Like there was a time that, for example, there was a person that came up to Ethan and Hila, that's his wife, that, you know, like randomly in public and started harassing them and making them say free Palestine. And then Hassan is gassing this person up. And then at the same time, he's crashing out when people laugh at a person showing a photo of Kaya next to him when he took a photo in Ireland. Make it make sense.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, what is your stance on Palestine?
I love it.
You love Palestine?
Yeah.
You went to Israel, though. You support Netanyahu.
No, I don't.
You were in the IDF. Wait, hold on. You were in the West Bank. You used to go in people's houses in the middle of the night?
No. She's a secretary.
No, you're telling me Hassan is a hypocrite? I'm almost is shock this guy right now. Who, might I remind you, is conveniently not there again after Colorgate. Very, very interesting, right? Used to be in every clip before that. Apparently hasn't replaced his Dog Shocker 9000. Also, this is no surprise. None of the Orbiters ever argue in good faith. They only talk about the oppressor and the oppressee, and no details of the situation, which is extremely disingenuous, right? It's like, oh my god, this rich guy is suing all these poor people. Just ignore the fact that the poor person murdered the rich guy's family, right? Not important, irrelevant details actually, right? It's just rich guy bad, right? Remember, we're socialists, we're communists, of course. Also, let's also ignore the fact that Hassan is also the rich guy here. We cannot possibly be consistent because we're too busy gooning to him. Moving on to largest Hassan orbiter, Froggen, defending her god Hassan. Now, recap, Froggen was crying on stream about not having enough money, not getting enough donations, not making enough money through her career here, and her friend literally called her out for e-begging because she was doing it so much anytime he turned on her stream.
We are only 11 subs away from 200, and we are halfway through the month.
Could you stop begging for rent? It's so...
Okay, then you know what? Fine. Give me, you know my Venmo. Send me that shit then.
Keep watching, and I'm like, oh, here she goes again, begging for rent.
Okay.
Like, bro, just calls her out on her own stream.
Right, so after that, people pointed out her expensive nails and equipment and her horrible financial management here, and she claimed that, oh, it was a favor from a friend, and then she gets it for free, but then accidentally admitted how much it cost, essentially implying that she paid for it as well.
These are 120. For this, it's super cheap because they're so, like, intricate.
Now, all this time, people were also calling out Hassan for not helping his orbiters, and here she is responding and defending him still. Twitch streamer Froggen has successfully achieved 347 more subscribers after crying publicly about finances and rent. Twitch streamer Froggen explains that she does production work for Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, I'm assuming writing his docket, and that Hassan pays her well. Here we got a screenshot attached. Subscribers 536 out of 2,000. Turns out crying on the internet actually does work a little bit, but we'll probably see the same thing as what's happening to iDubbbz, where it spikes up a little bit because you made a video, you made a big hoopla, and then slowly goes down and down and down until you have to show off your $3 plates and live in a basement or some shit.
Baited, nobody knows I'm gay cup? I bet you don't.
I do production work for some streamers. I'm gonna make this clear, and it's like so pathetic that people want to bring Hassan into every fucking thing. I haven't like sat down and modded for Hassan in forever. My role for Hassan at this point and for like the last few years has been production work. I give him ideas and I produce his streams, and whether it be like, you know, something like Chad Vice or like the interviews I've done for him before or like the basketball event, that is my scope of work I do for Hassan. And Hassan pays me very well. You know, he pays me very, very well. The Dearborn ship. So yeah, it's not like I'm sitting there to like modding in his chat like other people do. I don't do that. I do the production work.
Right. So you're above the modding work, right? So you've upgraded, Froggen. You went from head moderator of Hassan, and now you've upgraded to a producer of his streams. So what exactly do you do in this production job? Because I'm a little curious here, because his stream is reading a bunch of fucking tweets. So what do you do? Do you line up the tweets, you know, make sure the tabs are in order or something? Because that's like half his stream. And then the other half is streaming news that is literally happening live or something like that, or he's crying about slop tubers. So I don't know, I'm just making a guess here. Maybe your job is to pre-watch my videos, for example, give the points to Hassan or something like that, but of course he can't keep away either. Maybe both of you are just doubling my watch time here, so I really appreciate that. Also, I'm wondering who puts the portion of the stream about Asmongold on the docket, right? Because Hassan also routinely cries about Asmongold for 4 hours straight or whatever. So I'm wondering, is that included in the stream production schedule, or is that like an impromptu decision Hassan makes in order to, you know, get in his reps for his lover Asmongold, right?
Asmongold's watching right now. What else is new, brother? Let's have a conversation. Don't click away now. Don't click away now, Asmon. If you are actually watching. He's not watching you. He's probably watching a video, I guess.
By the way, this has got to be like the easiest job in the entire world, because what do you mean producer producing a Hassan Piker stream. Talking like he's iShow speed here, traveling the entire world and having all these crazy events and meeting all these people, whatever. Majority of his content is literally sitting on his ass and malding at his chat, like pulling up new and new subscribers. Are you the one who's rage baiting him constantly, showing him all these subscribers that are turning on him, 55 million subscribers, calling him out?
How can I be okay? I hate all of you. I hate the woke. I hate woke. I hate the left. I hate the woke.
I mean, thank you. Frogan, you're giving us great content here. So basically, she's saying that she is the mastermind behind the Hassan Biker broadcast. Holy cinema. So she's basically doing a double role here. She's George Lucas and Hijabba the Hutt. Holy moly, a double role. You are very talented, Frogan. Now, what's truly impressive is that she finds the time to do this alongside all her other jobs, such as eating all the food in the entire fucking country, right? Creating a makeshift famine because she happens to be in a little hungry mood, and heaven forbid we get to winter and it's hibernation time, then we're all cooked. Also, not gonna lie, I'm not XQC here, not the debunker here, but let's just fact check what she said there. She said, Hassan pays me very well. Interesting, Frogan. So when you were crying on stream the other day saying that you need to earn money and focus on the money in streaming or whatever, and you were literally breaking down crying, and apparently this is like a common thing where you beg for money on streaming.
Forget about the money, just have fun.
It's my job, though. I have to focus on the fucking money.
I know you do, but that's unfortunately, like, you can't control the money. You can only control the content, you know? Like, you can't control how much money people give you. That's not going to be something you can control. You can just control on how much fun you have, and then hopefully the money will come, you know?
I guess.
In fact, literally like a year ago, you were still begging for rent on your stream, right? So how would that make sense if Hassan pays you very well, right? The fact of the matter is, if Hassan was actually paying you very well, you wouldn't be needing to beg for rent money on stream or beg for subscribers. And also, I'm a little confused because if he was paying very well, why would you need to set up a whole GoFundMe asking for even more donations? Either you're lying about your finances or you're lying about Hassan paying you well. Now, let me just go a bit deeper. There's actually one more possibility here, right? What I assume is that she does one-off projects for Hassan, and Hassan only pays for those, right? Which is not much, evidently. She might say that it's a lot or whatever, but if it's a project like, I think she named something from like the previous year or something like that, right? So it's not very frequent. Obviously, it's not going to be providing your lifestyle there, right? So yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's actually paying that well at all. It seems like a bunch of cap here and your story isn't lining up at all. By the way, she also goes that it's pathetic that people want to bring up Hassan. Excuse me? This is like, that's the main reason for all your suffering. Like, pretty much his fault that all of this is happening. You're literally just an orbit or a side character in all of this, right? Although, my audience seems to argue that most things orbit around you instead, which would kind of make sense judging by the gravitational field, right? But I think that sort of anomaly only Einstein could solve, so I'll probably give XQC a call after this. But yeah, honestly, I'm legitimately baffled, like, what sort of blackmail does Hassan have on these people, right? Like, this man has ruined your life completely, and you still defend him. What is happening here? What is happening? Like, what does he have on you? And I feel like it's only a matter of time before more and more people are starting to turn on him. We had that bad empanada guy turn on him, and Casey Tron also completely exposed him. Now, Frogan unintentionally exposed him for basically not paying enough, because if she was working under Hassan and she's still begging for rent, well, the story doesn't line up, does it? Pure responded, her examples for working for Hassan are an event from years ago and giving him ideas, so she must get paid fairly well, very rarely. Lol, what if she got paid once and considers that well? Yeah, that would be crazy as well. By the way, Frogan has a degree. She could easily just get a job or something. I don't know what she's doing. Go to the place you love, McDonald's. How to grow my streams. Scream, cry, throw up, money. Got it. Pays her so well, her finances and rent situation is dire to the point she was crying about it on stream. Exactly, just doesn't make sense. I write today's document. Is it cockroach? Read the puff piece about yourself. Also some Asmon clips on YouTube. Rant about Israel and talk about Asmon some more if you got time left. That is basically the gist of Hassan's stream. Real tough job right there. She's a spoiled 30-year-old grown adult and totally out of touch with reality. Dude, when you learn the age of all these people, you are actually just like completely mind blown, because you think they're like immature teenagers, but no, these are all full-grown adults. Most people would have humbled themselves, nuked the entire internet presence, and moved on by now, but she really thinks she's that great? Oh, now I get it. Her pays in chicken nugget. Oh my god. So that's why she thinks that Hassan pays her well. Hassan, you sly dog, you. You know exactly what makes her happy. Genius, if I do say so myself. Yo, rare spy family meme. That's iDubbbz levels of cloud good for her, dude. The fact that the subscribers of Frogan and iDubbbz with 7 million subscribers are on the same level is the most humiliating, embarrassing thing I've ever heard of. Moving on to denims. Now, last time, Caleb Hammer from Financial Audit was absolutely cooking denims for criticizing a show without even watching it.
Okay, and not all business bros, but somehow it is always a business bro that acts in this specific way. He runs this stupid fucking show.
You are criticizing a show that you haven't watched. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Right, so apparently they're having a conversation now, maybe a debate. So Denim says, sure, I'm game to call in. My DMs are open. And it's like Caleb's rant. Nice, reached out. I hope we can have a genuine, decent conversation surrounding systemic issues versus personal choices. DM sent. This is going to be fun. Right, so Caleb responded.
I'm game to call in. My DMs are open. And then I responded to that. Nice. Heart. That's because I have a crush on her because she's one of the hottest women ever created in the history of the internet. And oh my goodness. She's stunning. Reached out. I hope we can have a decent, genuine conversation surrounding systemic issues versus personal choices. Personal choices is something we advocate for a lot on Financial Audit. Systemic issues is what she kind of focuses on in her stuff. So I sent her a DM. Not going to share the DMs. I like to keep DMs private, as it should be. Yeah, you know, listen, I've kind of reassessed how I want to go about the live channel. Honestly, the denim.
Hi guys, this is a therapist task guide for Dangerous Road. For this task, you have to survive an extract from Streets of Tarkov by using the car extract. Now I'll be showing you guys where the car extract is located, and my PMC will be starting in between the statue and the cinema. So here's where the cinema is located. Directly behind me is where the statue is, as well as the huge Concordia building that you can see in the distance. Now we will be heading in the direction of the statue and then actually going past it all the way up towards this green bus. Once you get to the green bus, you will be taking a left, and then you will see a huge blockade, and on the left hand side of that blockade then there is a sniper sign. So we will be heading towards that sign, going around in between these two pylons, and then directly in front of me here where I'm going to be aiming, this is where the car is normally located. However, it did not spawn in this raid for me, so this is normally where you have to take it. So after you successfully take this extract, then you will be able to hand in this task to therapist. Hopefully you guys found this guide useful and it did help you complete this task. Thank you guys so much for stopping by and watching the video, and have a fantastic Hey guys, this is an updated proper task guide for You've Got Mail. For this task, you have to obtain the registered mail on Streets of Tarkov and then survive an extract and hand over the letter. So here's a map of streets, and my PMC will be starting out on the main road in between Antique and the Pinewood Hotel, and just outside the post office where we do have to go to find the letter for this task. So I'm here on streets, and this is the Pinewood Hotel. This is where the small cinema is, and then this is where the Sky Bridge is located, just for reference so that you guys know where I am. And so for this task, you do have to go into the post office, and there are a few different entrances that you can take into it. So once you go into the actual post office, you will go around to behind the desk, and then you will notice a dead scav on the ground, and then your first spawn for the letter will be in between the dead scav and the duffel bag. And I will post a picture of what each of the 4 potential spawns looks like when the task is active. The next spawn that I'm going to show you guys is going to be in the slightly open drawer in the cabinet against the back wall behind the counter. The third potential spawn will be in the bottom right compartment of the shelf below the counter, just next to the chair. And if it does spawn in this location, there was some issues earlier on in the wipe with the letter phasing into the cabinet, so it's definitely a good idea to walk right up to it to make sure that it hasn't spawned there for you and that you just can't see it. And the final spawn is actually not in this room, but it is going to be in the adjacent storage room that you have to go through the door at the end of the post office to get to. Once you go into the storage room, then turn immediately to the left, and then the letter will be in between some of the boxes on the bottom shelf closest to the window. And it is important to note that you do actually have to survive an extract after you pick up the letter. Otherwise, if you do die in between picking it up and extracting, you will have to come back and retry and do this portion of the task.
In this guide, I will show you how you can
Hi guys, this is a Jaeger task guide for broadcast part 3. For this task, you have to locate the place of the bloody broadcast inside the house on Streets of Tarkov and then survive an extract from the location. So here's a map of streets, and for this task, then we do have to go into a building that's between the cinema and then the Sewer River Extract. My PMC will be starting just outside of the Sewer River Extract as well as the 6th store. So I'm here on Streets of Tarkov, and just on my left here, this is where the large cinema is located. I am just in front of the Jas Drive neon sign. Just on my right is where the tram car is that leads down to the Sewer River PMC Extract, and just past the tram car is where the 6th store is, and then on the left through the tree is where the Pinewood Hotel is located. So we are going to be going down towards the left as if we are heading towards the large cinema, but on my right hand side there is going to be a double door that has some windows in it, and up above that is a white sign with some black lettering. So as you're walking up, another way to make sure that you are in the right place is that you can see through the window a large marble staircase that is straight forward through the door. Now as soon as you go in through the door, then you are going to turn towards your right. You will see the camera as well as a group of bodies piled up in bags in behind the table. So in order for the subtask to be complete, you just have to walk in between the table and the camera, and then that will be the subtask complete for you. Now you do have to survive an extract from the raid in order to get a quest complete. However, if you do happen to die in between finding this broadcast and then extracting, then you will have to come. Hi guys, this is a mechanic task guide for surveillance. For this task, you have to obtain the data on vehicle movement at the Concordia Residential Complex parking lot on Streets of Tarkov, and then you have to survive it and extract from the raid and hand over the information to mechanic. So for this task, you do require the Concordia security room key. This key can be found in the pockets and bags of scavs as well as in jackets or drawers, or if you can't find it in that way, then you can go to the flea market and then you can purchase it for between 40 and 100,000 rubles. So now I'll show you guys where to go on the map. So here's a map of Streets of Tarkov, and for this task we do have to go into the basement parking garage area of the huge Concordia building, and it is just next to the collapse screen PMC extract, and my PMC will be starting just outside the Concordia building next to the basketball court and in front of the door number 1 entrance. Alright guys, so I'm here on streets just outside of the huge Concordia building. So there in the distance is where the Lexus car dealership is. This is the collapse crane PMC extract, and then I'm just next to the basketball court in the Concordia parking lot. So this is where the door that's labeled number 1 is located, and this is going to be the easiest way for you to get down to the Concordia security room. You're just going to go in through this door and then through this door and then the one on the right, or you can always just jump through the window if that makes it easier. And we're going to go all the way down to the basement into the parking garage. Once you get down the parking garage, you're going to take an immediate left, go in between this forklift and the wall, and then you're going to see a door with a red light outside of it. This is where you are going to use your key and then go into the room. There is 4 possible spawns when you go in there. So the first one is going to be on top of this PC block just on your left. So the second one is going to be located just to the right of the chair in the PC block in between the desk and then this set of drawers. And then I will show a picture of what each one looks like when the task is active. And then the third one is going to be located over here at this other desk underneath on this bottom shelf. And then this is what the photo looks like when it is active. And then the last one is going to be here in this corner on top of the safe inside of the pizza box, and that's actually where it spawned for me. So after you pick up the item, you do have to survive and extract the raid so that you can hand the item over to mechanic. However, if you do happen to die between picking up the item and on your way to extraction, then you will have to come back and then retry this task. Hopefully you guys found this guide useful. Hey guys, this is an updated mechanic task guide for watching you. For this task, we do have to locate the surveillance spot on Streets of Tarkov and then obtain the observation results and then survive and extract to hand the data over to mechanic. So for this task, we will need the Pinewood Hotel Room 215 key, which can be found in the pockets and bags of scavs as well as in jackets or in drawers, or you can always buy it directly from the flea market for usually around 40k rubles. And here's a map of streets, and where we do have to go for this task is the 2nd floor of the Pinewood Hotel, and my PMC will be starting on the Klimov Street in between Pinewood and the Beluga Restaurant. So my PMC is here in Nareda, and I am at the Klimov Street intersection. Then the Beluga Restaurant's going to be right here, and further down to my right is where the Klimov Shopping Mall is. Now up on top of the shopping mall, then there can be sniper scavs, and just so you guys know, there can also be sniper scavs up on top of the Cardinal building across the intersection as well. And then just to my right is where the Pinewood Hotel is located. Now there are going to be staircases to the 2nd floor on both ends of the Pinewood Hotel from this side, but I will be showing you guys the closer one to me currently, which is on the right side. It is going to be through the door directly underneath this Pinewood Hotel sign. So once you go through this door, then the stairs will be on the left-hand side. Then you do want to head up to the next floor, and then you want to follow the hallway all the way around until you do see an open door for room 218. At this point, then you do want to take a left and then continue down the hallway where you will go past a bench, and then 215 will be the second door on your right. Now this is where you will use the Pinewood Hotel Room 215 key, and once you do enter into this room, then there is going to be 2 potential spawns for the task item, which is the USB drive, and then the first potential spawn will be on the windowsill in front of the camera just to the left of this book. Now if it doesn't spawn here, then the second spawn will be to the right on top of this dresser to the left of the laptop underneath the television, and I will post pictures of what each spawn location does look like when the task is active. So after you do end up finding the USB drive, then as mentioned earlier, you will have to survive an extract to be able to hand the item in to mechanic. Hey guys, this is an updated therapist task guide for Pets Won't Need It Part 2. For this task in a single raid, we do have to locate and go inside the first, second, and third pharmacies on Streets of Tarkov, and then we will have to survive an extract from the same raid. And shortly after I made my original guide video for this task, BSG ended up changing it so that you did have to visit all 3 pharmacies and extract in the same raid instead of being able to do it over multiple raids. So I am just redoing this whole guide to reflect that and to avoid any possible confusion. So here's a map of streets, and 2 of the pharmacies are going to be located on the main road, with one being across from the Lexos compound, and then the other one being across from the Pinewood Hotel, and then the third pharmacy is going to be up at one of the expansion areas for patch 14, just up above the Cardinal Apartment Complex parking scav extract. And then to show you guys how to complete this task in an actual raid, then my PMC will be starting just outside the pharmacy number 2, just over by the large cinema and the statue. So my PMC is here on streets, and this is where the large cinema is located, and then the Lexos compound is going to be just across the road here, and just to my right is where one of the pharmacies is that we do have to locate. This is going to be considered pharmacy number 2 for this task, so as we do walk into this area, then you will get a subtask complete. And once you do get that subtask complete, check show up in the bottom right hand of your screen, then you do want to walk back out of the pharmacy and then turn to the right, and then we will start heading down the main road. And now, obviously, I know that this is not going to be the most ideal way to go about doing this task in an actual raid, but for the purpose of this video, it is going to be the fastest and most efficient way for me to show you guys that also ensures that you can easily follow along with the locations and know where I am at all times. So after we get through the intersection and the destroyed convoy area, then the Pinewood Hotel will be on our right hand side, and then to the left, directly across from the Pinewood Hotel sign, you will see the pharmacy sign, which to any of us North Americans looks like Antica, but I have been corrected that it is pronounced Aptieca, and this is considered pharmacy number 1 for this task. Now upon entering into this pharmacy, then you will again have to move around until you do get a subtask complete notification, but once you do, then we will head back out of the store and continue down the main road, because essentially for this task we will be traveling from one end of the map all the way to the other. So we will be going to the very end of this main road until we are at the dead end and have the Cardinal Apartment building on our left, and this entire area past the second intersection was added with the expansion that happened with patch 13.5, so if you did start playing after patch 13.5, then this will all just look normal to you. But as mentioned earlier, I am just showing you guys the locations in the fastest way possible for guide video purposes. I definitely wouldn't recommend that you run from one side of the main road all the way to the other, even if it's only because you leave yourself open to all the different sniper scavs. So realistically, just make sure that you move from one side to the other by using at least a little bit of cover. But once we do make it to the Cardinal Apartment, then you do want to cut through it and come out on the opposite side, where you will see the large red abstract design thing in the courtyard, and we will be turning to our right and running in along this building until you will see a couple of ambulances and also a fire truck. As you go just past the fire truck, then you will see that there is a gate now open on either side of this dumpster container building here, and you can go by on either way, either on the left or the right, and then as you do go in through, then you will see another pharmacy sign in the distance. This will be considered the third pharmacy and the last one for this task. So once you do make your way inside of this store and get your subtask complete, then you will have to survive an extract from the raid to be able to hand the task over to Therapist. Now, if you do happen to die on your way to the extract, or you only find 2 pharmacies during your raid and then extract, then it will not save your progress, and you will have to come back to streets and go step foot in all 3 pharmacies all over again. So this can be a very tedious task. Hey guys, so this is an updated task guide for urban medicine. For this task, you do have to locate the chemical lab on Streets of Tarkov and then obtain the container with drug samples and then survive an extract and hand it over to Therapist. So here's a map of streets, and the reason for this updated video is because with patch 13.5, BSG thought that it was a great idea to add mines around 90% of the Lexos compound, so now they only left us with 2 choke points to get into and out of the Lexos dealership compound. So on this map, I do have the 2 areas where we can enter into the Lexos area, as well as most of the mine locations marked as well. I will be showing you guys both the entrances and also around the front of the compound in this video, just so that you guys can safely maneuver around and not get blown up or jump scared by the mines. So I am here on streets at the convoy just outside of Lexos, and then this is where the Pinewood Hotel is, and then the collapse screen PMC extract is right here, and then this is the Lexos building where we do have to get behind and into the garage in order to get this task done. So you used to be able to just run into the compound from whatever way that you wanted to, and basically now there are mines all over this front entrance part, so now you cannot enter through here. Even though there is a corner entryway that's not blocked off like the others, you still cannot walk through here, you will get blown up. So we're going to head around to the right. We're going to give ourselves some breathing room from the mines by going around this tank, and then we are going to be approaching this first entry point. So now as you approach this first entry point, then you will have 2 explosions, as one of the mines on each side will blow up. However, they do blow up while you are quite far away, and I think that BSG added that in as a troll. However, as you do look around the corner, then there is now an MG that will be staring at this doorway, and it can have one of Kaban's guards on it. And then as you enter into the compound, then up on the top right roof, then there can also be some sniper guards that do spawn up there as well if Kaban is here. So it isn't necessarily a bad idea to go into the connex that is on your immediate left as soon as you enter in through this doorway. However, honestly, if Kaban is there, I would probably just reset and then try and come back here in another raid, unless you're kitted to deal with him and his guards, and then also all the rest of the lobby pushing you once they hear all the noise that him and his guards are making, firing their unsuppressed weapons at you. So just to show you guys from this route, the garage is going to be right past this MG here on the right hand side. You will see a car that's crashed into the garage, and then I am also going to show you guys that you can still walk into the actual Lexus dealership on the bottom floor and then move relatively closely to the front doors. However, just don't get too close to the outer walls, and definitely do not exit from this corner open spot that I've already showed you guys. As I said earlier, you will get blown up. So I am going to leave out the same way that we came in so that I can rotate around Lexus and show you guys the other side as well. So as we cross around the front of Lexus, I did hide the sign a little bit behind this grass, so it is quite difficult to see it if you're not really MGs that are facing towards this doorway as well. One is going to be up on the con get off, so now located, and then this is going to be the second entrance that we can use. So as we turn to our right, then you will see the big Concordia building, and then more to the right is going to be where the toll boom arm is located, and then this is going to be the second entrance that we can use to get into this compound. Now, you did used to be able to jump past this toll booth. However, with the recent update, they did add a chain link fence in front of that to block it off. So now this entryway to the compound is much riskier since you are forced to take a left-hand peek. And then now you do have two MGs that are facing towards this doorway as well. One is going to be up on the connex, and then the other one is going to be on the ground just to the left of it in front of the garage. And of course, there are also some mines located on this side as well on the outside of the compound, but they did hide the sign a little bit behind this grass, so it is quite difficult to see it if you're not really paying attention, so just be aware of that. And basically you can cross from this end of the compound to the other end if you are going to the Big Sparger grocery store, the Concordia buildings, or the crash site extract. You just have to make sure that you pass via the far left of the road or the sidewalk that is on the left side. And I will show you guys a threshold that I do use to pass by this area. And if you do want a more in-depth video on the mines, I do have one on my channel that will go over the pass behind this area also. So now heading into the compound from this side, you can see the MGs really limit your ability to use this entrance, especially if Kaban is here. You basically need to throw a grenade in and push them off the guns. Otherwise, you will be mowed down immediately upon entering. And as we get close to the MGs, then there is also an area further left where the motorcycle is for the Task Harley Forever. And in front of this motorcycle, there is a break in the fence there. However, it is a trap and I think a troll by BSG. Basically, do not use this because you will be leaving into a minefield and you will be blown up. You essentially have got to go out either one of the two locations that I did just show you guys just to be safe. And so moving just past the MGs here that I did show you on the left hand side is the location of the garage where the task item is. And just
reaction, I like that. And I think it was totally valid. You come after me, I don't lay down. I go after people. Unless it's not unless it's like not gonna actually benefit me in any way, but it was nice to do. It felt good. I want to go after it, and she came after us in what I thought was kind of a bad faith way of not really understanding the show. So maybe on the 30th. But she's been nothing but gracious and actually very nice and still incredibly hot in the DMs back and forth. And you know, I want to respect her for that. And I will get her consent to or not to call her hot when we talk as well. So if I do, it's because I directly asked her and got consent. Because fuck, those are really nice.
Yeah, she's very pretty. She's very pretty, and
which the audience disagreed with on the VOD we uploaded, by the way.
And right. Okay, I'm not really sure why he's thirsting over here. I guess it's some sort of a bit or a joke. I'm a bit confused. She's not that special, honestly, but okay, I guess I look forward to this. Denim's in an argument is going to be cinema because she's going to read a fact on screen and completely ignore it, right? Basically impossible to have a debate or a conversation with, but I will endorse this for the content. Obviously, the real purpose of all of this is to generate me cinema for the Legendary series. In my expert opinion as a tenured gooner, Denims is not that attractive. Okay, the only opinion we need is of ultimate gooning lord, Dan Clancy. Hello, Twitsio Dan Clancy, yeah? Well, Pegasus, this is the first time you've actually requested my services. Usually I just take over. Denim, she's already in my gooning folder. Why, yeah, she does qualify as gooning material. In fact, I'm not very picky if you know me. But I'll give her number 10 or something. Nobody will beat my queen, Extra Emily. Oh, would you look at that? My gooning rag needs some changing. Time's up. Bye-bye. DJ Dan out. Okay, I think I've made a mistake, guys. Maybe I shouldn't have called him. Like, I just thought if he's gonna take over anyways, maybe I should take some initiative and give him a call, right? I might have opened Pandora's box here, but thank you, Dan, for your gooning expertise. Anyways, moving on to Hassan discussing politics with his uncle, Chunk Yogurt, and here he is calling everybody grifters, saying that he does not like reactionary politics. Interesting coming from Hassan.
Because I find socially regressive politics to be, and reactionary politics to be, a distraction, and that anyone that does that to any degree is inherently reactionary and deliberately doing this because they want to move people's attention and focus away from the material inequities that they are facing and away from a steadfast approach to dealing with those problems. That is the reason why it's very easy for me to say all right-wingers in general are grifters, and even that moderation that they're engaging with is them simply reading the room and recognizing that they have to offer some kind of what you call populism, some kind of left-wing material solutions. Some of which,
let me say two things about
some of which do it because they want to maintain their popularity. Some of which do it because they have a higher degree of priority for like fomenting nationalistic sentiment, and they think this is the most effective way of doing it. I mean, Adolf Hitler was in charge of the National Socialist Party, right? Because at the time, socialism was a very popular movement. At a time when liberalism was failing, just as it is now, fascist movements were presenting themselves as revolutionary movements or an alternative to socialism that wasn't as scary. In Mussolini's Italy, it was bringing about a synthesis, as he would call it, of socialist sentiment, but also protecting the petite bourgeoisie.
Right. So, wait a minute. Doesn't Hassan say all the time that he's not a liberal and that he's not part of the official Democrats? He's actually this radical left flank, right? He's like this radical leftist who has his own goals and he doesn't trust like the Democrat Party, which is why he doesn't even vote for them or whatever. And then he wonders why liberals hate him or whatever.
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris would be different is a fucking delusional moron.
And he's part of this like new revolutionary socialist communist movement that is going to take over. And now he just compared that to the Nazis in Germany being like this new movement that is taking over, new radical movement. So I just don't know. I feel like unintentionally he compared himself to the very group that he hates, the Nazis. He tried to say that, oh, it was someone else, but then he brought up socialism, which is basically what he stands for. I mean, maybe I interpreted that wrong, but it really sounded like you're trying to say that you're also trying to bring about this radical socialist movement that's going to kill a bunch of people. Sounded very sus. By the way, I don't know if you guys...
Ooh, this nigga was stacked. Fuck, I want to take that BTR. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, wow. Come on, bro. That's so annoying. He had M80, bro. Come on.
noticed the chat there. Why is your entire left-leaning uncle, very obviously left-leaning uncle, a right-winger? Why are they calling him a part of the alt-right pipeline? I mean, you are so extreme. Your community is so extreme. They don't even allow you to converse with your own uncle. I mean, how radical are you, dude? You're supposed to be on the same political side. This guy literally gave you your entire career. He gave you your start on the Young Turks. He was your multi-million-dollar uncle who helped you in life, but apparently he's not radical enough, right? Apparently he's a gateway to the alt-right pipeline. You should probably listen to your subscribers there, right? What an insane community you've cultivated. Moving on to rank number 1 Assassin Simp, Taylor Lorenz. The never-ending beef with Ethan continues. Taylor Lorenz is memeing about CPS calls for Ethan's children. Wow, very classy. After Klein memed on her long COVID and coughing near her, Taylor tweets, hopefully he treats his children better than the dog he claims he killed. Classy. We got this deranged account. Ethan Klein has been endorsing people finding his harassment targets and accosting them in public. It can thus be reasonably said that Ethan genuinely wants someone to find Taylor Lorenz. Ethan continues to play victim where he incites violence against me and other women. What are you on about? There is zero proof for this. He knows how involved my stalker community is, who has threatened me physically. Now Ethan is once again encouraging people to physically attack me. And we'll get to what she's talking about. Basically, there was like a whole joke. Ethan will address it, but let's just get through this. Ethan says, do not cough near Taylor Lorenz if you see her. I cannot emphasize this enough. Basically, Taylor always goes around wearing a mask, right? And people were memeing on her, saying that, oh my god, heaven forbid you cough on Taylor Lorenz. And she's taking that as a death threat. Under no circumstance should you cough near Taylor Lorenz. If you see her in a theater, leave. If you spot her on the subway, pull the emergency cord. Do not risk it. You may not know it, but just by reading this, you are currently stalking her. No! I have committed a crime. You will go to jail, and I can't afford to lose any more viewers, so stop thinking about her right now. And most importantly, never, I mean never cough anywhere near Taylor Lorenz. So we got Mail Slayer here saying, do not call the CPS on Ethan Klein if you see him. I cannot emphasize this enough. Under no circumstance should you ever call CPS on Ethan Klein. Yes, very equivalent here. I hope no one ever calls CPS on Ethan Klein. I can't emphasize how no one should, yeah, right. So a bunch of back and forth. Girl really thinks targeting someone's kids is an appropriate response to joking about coughing near her. I'm freaking dead. How does she get more and more embarrassing? Man coughs again. Is this legitimate, like, subtitles? Oh my god. Oh, what is this picture, bro? Taylor when she sees Hassan. These people will jump at any opportunity to weaponize any institution they can against you, never give them any power. She's beyond repair and beginning to think that Ethan Klein is our only hope of combating these demons on the internet. This lady is the most psychotic woman I've ever seen. Welcome to the Sun Orbiters. Right, so then Ethan addresses the situation on stream and he talks about Taylor doxing people over a joke.
So she doxes this random Twitter user. Blank is a marketing associate at Blank Health. So she gives this random person's name and work, employer, a healthcare company, but she spends her days abusing disabled people. Okay, she's referring to herself, by the way, as disabled. Yeah, sit on that for a minute. Spends her day abusing disabled people and calling for disabled people to be killed, including a high-profile journalist. So you're a high-profile journalist? I hope disabled people realize what companies like Blank Health facilitate. So she's accused this person for this joke of abusing and calling for them to be killed. Now, just a reminder, this person said, can someone just cough on Taylor Lorenz and put us out of our misery? And her response was, this person's trying to get me killed. I'm tagging their work and their name. The fact that a bigot like Blank can openly call for a disabled journalist. Girl, stop calling yourself the fact that a bigot like Blank can openly call for a disabled journalist to be killed while doing healthcare comms for a company like Blank Health is so disturbing. I hope disabled people can communicate the danger people like her pose. She's begging for people to get them fired.
I mean, I do think Taylor is disabled. Just, you know, maybe not physically, just like in the brain or something. There's something seriously fucking wrong there. Right, so let me get this straight. So Taylor goes around everywhere wearing a mask, and it's like, you know, 3 years past the issue, whatever. And basically people are memeing on her on Twitter, and she decides to flipping dox someone and claims that they want her dead for making a joke, dude. You cannot make this shit up. Taylor, you absolute hag. Take your meds, you loony mother flipper. This is the consequences of thirsting after Hassan Piker. Your brain cells just get completely cooked, dude. What are you doing? So then Taylor claims that she has a health condition and Ethan is just not buying it.
She's, of course, retweeting herself, Ethan's attic. Misogynist Ethan Klein continues to mock Taylor Loren's health condition. I have Tourette's and all your friends say I'm on drugs, so I'm actually disabled. Ableist. Where's my disabled placard? All you have to do is wear a mask. Loser. Long COVID doesn't make you disabled. So hold on. Misogynist Ethan Klein continues to mock Taylor Loren's health condition after promoting a tweet asking for someone to cough on her in an attempt to kill her. Ethan thinks death threats are funny as long as they aren't directed to him. Now, nobody, Taylor, you are talking to yourself, but are you actually convincing anyone that making fun of someone coughing on you is a death threat? Ethan Klein encourages his fan to cough on me, knowing I'm severely immunocompromised and sick. There's so many of us dealing with health issues, cancer, treatment, chemo. Girl, you do not have cancer. You are not in chemo. You wear an N95 mask outside. That's it. You're just a little cautious. That doesn't mean you have cancer. And it's disgusting that Ethan Klein is excited by the idea of his fans killing or harming people like us. What the fuck are you talking about? She's deranged, dude. It's crazy. She continues, Ethan Klein relishes in harming cancer patients? Do you have cancer?
Okay, by the way, just to clarify, from what I know, Taylor does not have cancer, okay? Quite clearly her mysterious condition or whatever is not serious enough to play victim. So she's grouping together cancer patients with herself, which is not on the same level at all, going, oh my God, Ethan is bullying me and cancer patients. You know, it's like Ethan is bullying me doesn't really hit that hard. It's like me and cancer patients. Where, Taylor? Where's the cancer patients in the room right now? I don't see them. But honestly, this is amazing, dude. Ethan versus Taylor is a never-ending saga of entertainment. One of the best like side series on this channel. Right, so if it wasn't bad enough, Taylor brings up organ transplant like receivers or some shit. I don't know.
People going through chemo, getting immunosuppressive therapy, dealing with health issues, trying to survive after organ transplants. He thinks his fans should kill them. Fighting for our lives every day. It's sick. Taylor, are you going through chemo? Have you got an organ transplant? Or are you just someone who walks around cautious with an N95 mask? We already have a barbaric medical system that dehumanizes those of us who are sick. It's already a fight to stay alive and keep working. Massive medical bills. And this YouTuber lives in a $10 million mansion, jealous. Wow, you really keep tabs on my personal life. Spends all day harassing and abusing women and the disabled. Girl, you are a lunatic.
You need to leave those women with cancer alone, Ethan.
So let me get this straight. She's a high profile. These are all things she said about herself. She's a young girl. She's a high profile disabled journalist. And she said, I don't know what she's going through, right? But she's compared herself to people going through cancer, chemotherapy, and organ transplant recipients.
Today I feel disabled.
You know, as far as I know, she has long COVID and wears a mask out of an abundance of caution.
Taylor, are you okay? Did you get an organ transplant while having cancer and all these other conditions? Because I don't understand why you are bringing up these random people who are suffering or whatever when you're just wearing a mask like a paranoid schizophrenic, dude. Holy shit. Yes, guys, why don't you think about the cancer patients? Think about the organ donors. And you know, out of all of that, the most egregious lie is that Taylor claims that she's a young girl. Holy mother of pearl, what are you smoking? Imagine you go on a blind date, right? Somebody sets you up and you see Taylor fucking Lorenz on the other side. Holy shit. I'm going to the nearest building and jumping. Pure responded, she's 100% self-reporting.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to go on ground zero.
that she parks in disabled spots. And they say Ethan...
People are taking selfies with it. You can see all around people are saying, like, for Charlie, they're wearing replicas of the shirt that Charlie Kirk was wearing when he was killed. So there's that moment. The second thing that's happening.
So yeah, at this Turning Point USA conference, this 4-day event called America Fest, they put up this recreation of the booth where Charlie Kirk was supposedly shot, and people are wearing his shirt that he was wearing that day to take selfies in. Now look, I don't need people to flat out agree with me when it comes to the things I talk about. Matter of fact, I have said time and time again, across all of my channels, what I talk about is basically my own opinions. These are basically my journals. If you disagree with me, fine. I like to hear it. I'm very interactive in the comment section, but can we at least meet in the middle here and say that this is a little weird? This comes off like some kind of strange, bizarre ritual. It would be like months after JFK got popped and his wife Jackie held an event and had a replica of the limo and told people, wear a suit that matches JFK's suit, sit in the limo, and say cheese. It would be weird. Something else I want to go ahead and talk about as well has to do with Steven Spielberg's latest movie called Disclosure Day. A few days ago, the trailer came out and supposedly it has to do about aliens and UFOs. Now, it would seem like birds play an important role in this movie. In a couple scenes were shown birds, but also in the poster were shown a bird and the one-eyed symbolism inside a bird. One of the main characters becomes possessed and she starts to make this noise, which many people believe may be the sound of the alien.
Today's
And I find it very odd because, and it really goes to show who's giving these people these scripts, because there was another movie back in 2016 called Arrival, and it had to do about quote-unquote aliens. But the noise the woman is making in Steven Spielberg's movie sounds very similar to the noise that these aliens in this movie are making, a clicking sound. What's also even more interesting is that the bird also played an important role in this movie as well, because it was used to test atmospheric conditions, but also the sensitivity of language between nature and the alien communication, and it was also used as a foreshadow. What I also found interesting about the movie Arrival is that from time to time we would always see these black rings, these black smoke rings popping up in certain locations, and they would be on the news. And the thing is, they would try to say, oh, that's just exhaust from a truck or a transformer had blown. They would never show or track the source. It was always just a theory. But if it was just that, why would they always show it on the news? And these black rings are very similar. Matter of fact, they look exactly like these black rings that are shown in the movie. And these black rings are the communication used by these quote-unquote aliens. So again, it's very telling where these directors are getting this information from, because this is just way too similar. And yes, what was shown by Steven Spielberg was just a trailer, but even so, just looking at the trailer by itself and then going back to the movie The Arrival, you would think that trailer was for the sequel to the movie The Arrival. This is just more conditioning people about aliens, getting people used to the idea of aliens, they exist, their arrival, perhaps even getting people used to the idea that people that are among us, like I said in my other video, 1 billion plus people are not even real people. They're probably something else altogether. Think reptiles and things like that. And talking about Project Bluebeam, these are the things also we will be seeing during Project Bluebeam. What's going to kick everything off by 2030, this whole one world agenda. These creatures, they are not fake. The lie happens to be that they are aliens from another planet, planet 33, that's 33,000 light years away. That's the lie. These are things that have always been here. Entities, things crossing over from CERN, fallen ones, what they have been creating and working with in these deep underground military bases. These are the things that will be released. They are just going to go all out. They're going to use a mix of AI, CGI, holograms. They're going to have things that you can hear inside your head. Matter of fact, something very similar happened in one of these wars where they were going to make people see their prophet. You can go to this article right here from The Guardian, which was published on February 2000, and this article is titled, "Bring Down the Wrath of God on Evil Men," and it goes on to say, "We are in Baghdad in 1991, and something strange is happening. A hush falls over the city as a huge shimmering face materializes in the sky. Soldiers and citizens prostrate themselves as each hears the voice of Allah coming from within, commanding them to overthrow the evil and treacherous Saddam Hussein. Within minutes, an angry mob is storming the palace as the guards flee." This was proposed by the United States Air Force planners to have a complete victory in the Gulf conflict, but listen to this. The Baghdad plan involved projecting a giant hologram over Iraq. They would do this by using mirrors to project an image of Allah. This wasn't something that was laughed off, like they presented this idea and the higher up said, "Get out of here, that's nuts." No, the only thing that stopped them was the fact that they did not know what Allah looked like. Reading this part right here, it says, although the plan had major technical hurdles to overcome, the main reason for rejecting it were cultural. Images of Allah were forbidden in Islam. How can you project an image of God when nobody knows what he is supposed to look like? So it wasn't the fact that they had the lack of technology to do this. No, what stopped them was the fact that could they truly convince people what Allah looked like? So just imagine what they have by 2030 if something like this back in 1990 was not crazy to them. Some people out there say, well, Project Bluebeam is already out there. It's already spoken about a lot. The government will not do it. But you have to remember, there are a lot of quote-unquote conspiracy theories out there, base level ones, easy ones, that people do not believe are real. And anybody that talks about them, they call them crazy, kooky, crackpot conspiracy theorists. So there's that. But this section went on a little bit longer than I thought, but I do want to go ahead and talk about this next. So this is a very weird update when talking about Claudio Neves Valente, the individual who opened fire at Brown University and gunned down the MIT director, Nuno Loureiro.
In terms of what was said, I don't know any more today than what I told you yesterday, or the day before. There are some witnesses who said he said nothing. There are some that say he made a barking noise. Don't ask me. I don't know why. And that's it. There is no other spoken word beyond that we are aware of as we stand before you tonight. And we have spoken to everybody that we have been able to locate who's been inside that building.
So yeah, as he was shooting, people heard him barking like a dog. But it gets even more bizarre because news and media are releasing statements from classmates he went to school with over 25, 30 years ago. What? And keep in mind, none of his employers, his former employers, none of his co-workers, none of his friends or family members have made a statement about this man yet, just his classmates. This kind of reminds me of Thomas Matthew Crooks because people from his school, who he went to school with, started to come out and describe him. When it came to Thomas Matthew Crooks, he was over 20 years old, and yet news and media kept interviewing people he went to elementary school and middle school with, and you can just tell these people are so scripted.
I've only seen him on the bus, and he just kept to himself. No one talked to him. Everybody left him alone because we didn't feel a need to talk to him if he wasn't going to talk to us.
He was quiet, but whenever he was asked a question, he was always very polite about it. He knew what he was talking about, and so it was never something that he was rude to teachers. Like I said, my history teacher loved him, and my history teacher was a great person. I never doubt his judgment, so, that was what was shocking for me, was seeing someone who had been seen as such a good person in class have this outcome. It was just a shock to me.
I just know he was bullied. I don't want to say he was an outcast, but he was, you know how kids nowadays, like, he didn't dress like everyone else, so everyone kind of put a target on him. He sat alone in lunch.
So apparently what they're doing is trying to build a connection between Neves Valente and Nuno Loureiro, saying they both went to school at MIT between 1995 and 2000. They said he was smug and difficult, again, like they said about Thomas Matthew Crooks. One classmate, Felipe Morris, said that engineering course was full of gifted students, but Neves Valente stood out for good and bad reasons. Claudio was obviously one of the best, but in class, he had a great need to stand out and show that he was better than the rest. Claudio's attitude was unpleasant wasn't, you're really going to remember that after 30 years? Often arguing with colleagues he did not consider brilliant as him, and they probably were not, they were totally unnecessary quarrels which did not help the class at all. Then another classmate came out who wished to not be quoted by name, backed up Moore's Facebook account post and stating that it was authentic. He also said that he was an aggressive classmate. He had a confrontational personality in class. In other words, the other good students would intervene, ask questions, but Claudio liked to say that he was the one who knew. This is so weird. But another classmate gets a lot more descriptive, and remember, this is over 30 years ago at MIT. Claudio was one of the students with the best.
Podemos la
Ну где ты, сука? О, пацан готов! Капец тебе, служивый! Пошел, пошел!
Grades in the course, he was much more theoretical. Nuno was also a good student. He stood out less in terms of grades, but he was a more relaxed person and seemed to have a knack for slightly more applied subjects. Then in 2000, he enrolled at Brown University as a physics student but did not finish the program. And we have more classmates coming out and describing him, saying that Valente was socially awkward and that he became his only friend at the university. He struggled in the United States, complaining bitterly that classes weren't challenging and that the food was poor. He could be kind and gentle, but he was also volatile as well. He often became frustrated, sometimes angry about courses, professors, and living conditions, recalling that once he had to break up a fight between Valente and another classmate he often insulted. So we can see what they're doing here. They're using his classmates he went to school with years ago to build a profile on him, that he was some socially awkward, angry, violent loner, yet he was kind and caring and brilliant at the same time. the exact same thing we heard from Thomas Matthew Crooks' classmates. Thomas Matthew Crooks was a grown man. Again, he had a full-time job, graduated college, and all news and media did was interview people he went to school with back in 8th grade, like, for example, this bumbleclot that's clearly reading from a script.
Thomas was a quiet kid unless there was something that he was passionate about, politics being one of them. He just did not like politicians, especially with the choices that we've had. He did not like our politicians. It was especially during 2016. It was Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, all of them. He showed that he disliked all of them. Did not like any of them. So I brought up the fact that I'm Hispanic and, you know, I'm for Trump. And he said, well, you're Hispanic, so shouldn't you hate Trump? And I was like, no, he's great. I mean, like, he's a great president. And he's, you know, he called me stupid, or insinuated that. He's like, well, that's kind of stupid. He was a know-it-all. So, like, once again, if he was passionate about something, he would just talk, and acted like he knew everything, especially politics related. And he would say it in a tone that was like, I'm better than you, in a type of way. And, you know, meanwhile, it's like, dude, we're in the same classes.
So Claudio Neves went to MIT in 1995 and Brown in 2000. All these classmates are describing him like they describe every other individual that does a school pow-pow. And then as he's pushing 50, now he takes his aggressions out on the schools and anybody linked to the schools. Does that even sound logical? This man, Claudio Neves, probably had multiple jobs, multiple careers between the time he went to school and now. And you mean to tell me they are going to go ahead and push an angle that one day he just suddenly remembered that he was made fun of, picked on, bullied at the schools he went to, and then he decided to target them. This is the angle we're going with, but this gets even better because Brown University, a university that has over 1,000 cameras known for its surveillance, did not produce one photo or video of the suspect. In an archived Brown website, Neves Valente appears to write to classmates that he left the school permanently. The note first reported by the New York Times includes an email address to reach him and a cryptic note. The best liar is he who is able to fool himself. They are everywhere, but sometimes proliferate in the most unexpected places. So we're hearing from his classmates, but why don't we hear anything about what he may have been currently working on or what he was a part of, given the fact they're trying to make him sound like he was a brilliant mind in physics, one of the best at MIT. I mean, he had to do something big because his last known address was a 2-bedroom condo in a gleaming waterfront high-rise in Miami, Florida, worth at least $900,000 according to records. Now, I don't know about other states, but in Florida, that is considered expensive given the median price of homes. So he wasn't just working any type of job, and the only information we get about his employment comes again from his classmates. You can't make this up. It says, after leaving his graduate studies and returning to Portugal, the last his former classmates heard was that he worked as an IT specialist for Portugal Telecom for a few years. This is weird, and this is really suspicious, because probably he, the 2 students at Brown, and we do know it's a fact that Nuno Loureiro was a part of Commonwealth Fusion Systems, so they were probably all working on this together, bringing their research together. What Nuno Loureiro was working on at Commonwealth Fusion Systems was an electrical grid with about 400 megawatts of clean, zero-carbon power, a firm source customers can count on having when they need it. Then they go on to say that they will build thousands more. It's a pathway for abundant clean energy that can meet the rising demand for electricity and expand global energy access. See, the problem happens to be is that this was going commercial and it would be affordable. Reading this part right here, it says, Arc Power will be affordable. Arc Power will be the lowest cost source of clean, firm power that can be deployed anywhere. As its technology matures and component costs drop, Arc Power will become even more competitive in the way that solar and wind power have. Their goal was to replace any and all fossil fuel power plants, and they even have plans to operate and build the first arc power plant in Chesterfield County near Richmond, Virginia. Nothing about AI, expanding AI, growing AI. It was all about helping people. And again, they had to have researching into this are getting taken out. This news story eerily reminds me of the news story that came out back in October where 3 individuals who worked for Patterson Wright Air Force Base, an Air Force base that has a lot of very eerie theories behind it, creating all sorts of things. They were scientists for this Air Force base, and they all lost their lives. Apparently, supposedly, the husband, Jacob Pritchard, took out his 33-year-old wife and his 25-year-old sergeant, then he took himself out. There has never been any update as to what happened. The motive is still unclear. Anybody can put 2 and 2 together and say that maybe there was an affair going on, but given the story of Nuno Loureiro and Neves Valente, what were these 3 people working on at Patterson Wright Air Force Base? This even reminds me of news stories like MH370, and you have to ask yourself, even to today, how can an entire major commercial plane just go missing out of thin air with all the technology we have today to track a commercial plane, yet a flight with over 20 semiconductor scientists on board just vanishes? There was also a very odd story I had spoken about on this channel over 2 years ago, where there were a series of events that spanned over the course of 3 years between 1982 and 1985. All these scientists that worked at the same company together, GEC Marconi, all lost their lives in very mysterious ways. Yes, 20 scientists, 3 years, same company, and they were all supposedly working on the Strategic Defense Initiative, the SDI, which was also known as Star Wars under Ronald Reagan in 1983. This program was supposed to intercept missiles while they were still in the air, but who knows what they were really working on, because Ronald Reagan was the president theorized to usher in Project Bluebeam. When it came to these 20 plus scientists that were taken out over the span of 3 years, only one was attributed to natural causes. For example, beginning with Dr. Keith Bowden, a senior computer scientist and SDI contractor for GEC Marconi, one night in March of 1982, after attending a social function in London, Bowden's car veered off a bridge, hurtling down an embankment into an abandoned rail yard. The official account suggested he was drunk driving, but Bowden's wife and solicitor did not buy it. This would mark the beginning of very strange events. For example, in 1985, this individual, Jonathan Walsh, he fell from a hotel window. He actually left GEC Marconi to work for another company, British Telecom, and when he left them, he had expressed fears for his life. Now, I'm not going to go over all 20 plus scientists, but it just gets downright weird, and even outside that 3-year period, for example, in 1986, a 24-year-old scientist working on computer control systems at Marconi jumped 331 feet from a suspension bridge over the Avon River. His body was recovered with his pants around his ankles and a needle-sized puncture wound on his buttocks, something that has mystified the Bristol coroner and has never been explained. And as you just continue to read, they just get more and more bizarre and more suspicious. So it definitely happens. There's a provable history that people who work on very innovative things, they meet with untimely ends. This person actually left a comment on that article about Marconi 2 years ago saying, "My father worked on that project in 1982 to 1983. He worked for a tractor in Austin, Texas. He came home from being gone 2 months, immediately went to see his father in the Navy, and died 2 weeks later. He was run off the road by a van. They were 9 years old at the time this happened. His boss identified his body. Our house was ransacked. There's so much more."
Attorney General Pam Bondi came out with this statement: "President Trump is leading the most transparent administration in American history." And she did this the same day that they released an almost completely redacted 109-page document from the Epstein files that they only released because they were legally forced to. And they didn't even release all of it, which is against the law. And the things that they redacted, I'm sure, do not fit the guidelines and stipulations that they were supposed to adhere to legally. This is transparency. This is draining the swamp. This is exposing. These are literal pages. These are pages of stuff that they were supposed to release. Congress, the Senate, and Donald Trump himself signed the bill, making it a law that they had to release. The self-glaze about transparency is absolutely ironic, considering this is the same exact day that they proved that they are willing to break the law.
I mean, let's be honest. When it came to the whole Jeffrey situation, and that video came from JD Daily, did anybody else think anything different was going to come up from this? That there were going to be people that were going to be let down of what was going to be shown?
Have you ever noticed how many K's there are in the name Erica Kirk? There's 3, but that's not even what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about why they gave us, the public, access to being able to create AI videos. If you've been following me, then you know that I talk a lot about how AI isn't anything new. It's only new to you. Now, they gave us access to it for a lot of reasons, but one of the main reasons is because this is how they're now going to implement digital IDs. And AI videos is going to be the reasoning behind why they tell us that they need to do it. We already don't know what's real or who or what to believe, but very soon they're going to claim that they also don't know. They're going to make the claim that AI is too advanced for them to even know if we're real. So it'll become mandatory to have a digital ID to be able to do anything online, because these digital IDs will supposedly be sufficient proof that you're real. But this will also get used against us too, because they'll show you something that supposedly has a digital ID, and that's now proof that that thing is real, but it's just going to be more manipulation. Now, they also gave us AI for another reason. And the reason is because they want you to lose faith in your ability to trust people like me. If everyone has access to AI videos and you're aware of this, then you automatically lose trust in most people. And when you lose trust in most people, you're going to do what's easy. And what's easy is to listen to the ones at the top, because the majority of people's logic is, why would they lie to us? And unfortunately, they do lie to you and manipulate you at every turn.
This is one of the reasons why they gave us AI, but yes, one of the main reasons, it's all about confusion and control, and this allows them to easier control the narrative.
Mel Gibson was completely blacklisted by all of Hollywood? And is it possible it had something to do with the Vatican? Let's search this thing out a little bit deeper. So, Mel Gibson was blacklisted by Hollywood and put on shows like South Park to make fun of him. So let's start by listening to just one statement out of his mouth and go from there.
That some of your worst nightmares were real. It does rip your life to pieces, if you'll let it.
What will destroy your life if you let it?
These little guys, these little heathens with no soul downstairs with horns on their head.
Did you hear that last statement? Something underground, devils, heathens, all that stuff? Like underground, maybe they have soulless entities, demonic entities with horns? Just for entertainment. But when he said that, something very vivid came to mind. Do you remember when the chief exorcist at the Vatican said that Satan was running around there? And it's also addressed by Pope Francis?
Headlines around the world recently when he said the devil was present in the Vatican.
Why would they say such a thing? And I wonder if there's any clues. It's been said for quite some time now. There's a whole bunch of things under the Vatican and in the Vatican Library. That Vatican Library that nobody can go in except for certain people, having to know exactly what they want to look at. By the way, this is not creepy at all. They say it's Jesus, but what it looks like is kind of like Apollo coming from the abyss with all these demons. Many people have hard evidence of demonic things being under the Vatican.
So here in this room, they have a vase which has the image of a Medusa.
So Medusa actually goes quite a ways back, but obviously she has snake, you get it, serpent, for hair. And she also turned people into stone. But turning people to stone, surely that's a myth, right? It has to be a myth. It's not like there's stone sculptures all around the world, especially the Vatican, that are so realistic and could even show things like veils on their head. I wonder if maybe the myths aren't myths, but actual fact. You know, we've also seen something very similar in the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, where people refuse the stone. Maybe it's not as far-fetched as we may think. Maybe everything that's a myth is real. Because of course we know all the Greek gods were the Nephilim, and were the fallen angels, right? Yeah, I don't know. Let's go for that. Okay, it seems something might be treacherous on the Vatican. What about this?
that it can occur in a civil way, and I mean civil in a special way, peaceful. Peace doesn't mean that everybody's happy, but it means that conflict isn't solved through violence, through force, but rather in other ways. And so that's what I hope for. That we can, I mean, the planet can support something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion, depending on how much liberty and how much material consumption you have. If you want more liberty and more consumption, you have to have fewer people. And conversely, you can have more people. I mean, we could even have 8 or 9 billion, probably, if we have a very strong dictatorship, which is smart. Unfortunately, you never have smart dictatorships. They're always stupid. So, but if you had a smart dictatorship and a low standard of living, you can have but we want to have freedom and we want to have a high census. So we're going to have 1 billion people. And we're now at 7, so we have to get back down. I hope that this can be slow, and that it can be done in a way that is relatively so that people share the experience and don't have too rich, trying to force everybody else to. So those are my hopes. I mean, these are pretty pessimistic, but that's.
First off, I don't believe the population has now 8 billion people. I think it's a lot less than that. But given the greater number, for them to say the greater number, it allows them to push forward certain agendas. And even if it was 8 billion people, the Earth can still sustain that and much more. There is a lot of vacant land, but the less number of people that you have, the better and easier it is for them to control. They don't give a rat's butt about resources and nature, because if they did, they wouldn't pop up these giant data centers everywhere. They're just wrecking the lands. Again, it's all about control. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much.
Joe Rogan was just contacted by extraterrestrials.
That's right, Grover. This is the fiction section.
Hey, Segovia, back with another one. Hope everyone out there is having a good day, y'all. We got a good one, an hour banger for your Friday night, y'all. We got some In-N-Out controversy. We got some Miami Mall incident. We got a lot more. I think the Epstein files are coming out today. Like, what's going on, y'all? What's going on? Let's get into it, y'all. Let's have some fun today. Make sure you guys watch from start to finish, y'all. It really helps the channel grow. But with that being said, let's get into it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Joe Rogan was just contacted by extraterrestrials. He recently shared on his podcast about a very realistic dream that he had where he was face-to-face contacting extraterrestrials, and they had a message for him. He's very shaken up by this. Now, extraterrestrials, that's one of the first ways that they make contact is through dreams, although it's not just a dream. This is how they prepare you for real face-to-face contact. Check out the clip.
I was telling you before we get started that I had the most bizarre dream I've ever had in my life last night. The most realistic and most bizarre dream. And it was so hard to try to explain how strange this was. But I was in some weird corridor that looked like a building but was odd. Very strange. And I was encountering these beings that looked like people but very different. They were very thin and they were slightly on the tall side. And they had big heads, like larger than normal, with larger than normal eyes. But they looked like people, and they were playful, and they were scaring me. They scared me, and then they joked around, like we were just joking around. It was the most realistic dream I've ever had in my life, and I could not go back to. I had to stay up. I got up at 3:30 in the morning, and I just went to the gym, and I worked out for a couple hours, and I was like, what the fuck is that? It was very bizarre in that there was communication going on. It was like, get comfortable with this.
You should read into it because it's
Now, this happening to Joe Rogan
It's a
is
skeptic.
extremely significant because
Critic.
that has changed his life that and ripple that out into the collectorate. He has a massive platform. Now, for 2026, I have received the message that more of these envoys and even public figures will be contacted by extraterrestrials, preparing us for massive attack. Let me know your thoughts.
I did a viewing of John F. Kennedy. I've never seen somebody's soul turn into dust before. There are spirits that want life force. Because of how crowded the spiritual realm is, God let there be entities that can clean out some souls. These are usually the worst. If your guides, your spiritual team are not present, or if you have many people in the realm, you can run into soul merchants, which will put souls into slave money, and also soul eaters, which will just take the essence of your soul.
I mean, I've had directors do much worse things than that. I've had directors straight up casting couch offer me at auditions before. I mean, that shit really just, that straight up infuriated me. I was at an audition for a film. I'm not going to name any names, I'm not going to name the movie, I'm not going to name the director. Big time director who's had serious issues with what I'm talking about. And I went in and read for the movie, and the guy said to me, "What do you think about the casting couch?" The fucking words came out of his mouth. I couldn't believe it. I said, "What did you say?" And he goes, and I go, I mean, it just really annoyed me. I said what I said, and I walked out. I needed an audition, and I said something pretty mean, and then I left. But it just pissed me off, man. It just ticked me off. What kind of power is that? Who the fuck do you think you are? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Are you just in here looking for people that are willing to do that so you can take advantage of people? I mean, what are we talking about here, man? It infuriates me. And then I've also worked with directors. I mean, again, I don't want to name names, but this guy was a very well-known director, known for directing crazy independent films, and he got all wrapped up and dragged into the Me Too right to himself. And I was in one of his movies, one of the leads in one of his movies, and I was in the casting office, and he was bringing in actresses, and he goes, "Willie, watch this, watch this, watch this." I said, "Dude, I got to get out of here. I don't want to. I should have done more. I'm ashamed of myself for not sticking up for people, but instead I just removed myself from the situation. I don't know, man. You know, I was a young actor. I didn't at the time." When you're a young actor in Hollywood, at the time in the early 2000s or late 90s or whatever the hell it was, the high end, the bigger the director, the actors, you just didn't cross these guys. You just didn't do it. But I wish I did. I wish I did.
I mean, you still don't do it. You're not naming their names, so they're still doing what they're doing. They're still doing it in Hollywood. The machine's not done with them. That's why he's not naming names. But the day it happens where the machine's done with them, this guy's going to be the first in line to do an interview and drop the name. Why don't you drop it now? Because that dude's got power still. Like, right? When he said, like, who do you think you are? You think you got this power? Obviously, you're scared to drop his name. Because if you drop his name, you know what's going to happen to you. Right? So until people start coming out and dropping names before the machine is done with them, it's just going to continue forever. Right? People think, oh, it's over now that Harvey Weinstein's locked up or whatever. There's no more of that going on. Like, it's still going on. Obviously, this guy's saying it.
Right.
I got a little cold, y'all. Baby got me sick.
Those actors. I just said, I don't want to be a part of this, and I checked out. But.
And listen, if anyone tells you that inflation isn't that bad, that the prices aren't that high, that like, oh, things are not as bad, bro, this is a Waffle House menu from 2009. An all-star meal was $5.99. $5.99. The $7.80 was crossed out because that was expensive. $7.80 was expensive. $5.99. That shit got you 2 eggs, 4 slices of toast, grits or hash brown, your choice of biscuit and gravy. I don't even think that they have biscuits and gravy anymore. You could add $1.25 for some coffee. Shit came with the fucking sausages. Bro, what? Dude, they had $1 menu? What is...
Yeah.
2009. 2009. What the fuck is going on?
They lied.
You know, that's one thing that disappeared is that dollar menu. Remember, we used to have a dollar menu? We used to have a dollar menu, y'all. There's kids right now that don't even know a dollar menu existed. You just go get a McDouble, a hot and spicy, and a medium fry. $3 out the door for your summer day on a Monday, y'all. That's how it used to be.
Blood being blue when it's inside your body. They lied about camels storing water in their humps. Call me crazy, but that's enough to pretty much question everything we were taught in school. What makes you think that they're telling the truth about what really happened during both world wars? What makes you think they're telling the truth on what shape the earth is? What makes you think they're telling the truth on who really controls this country? Part of awakening is realizing and accepting the fact that everything you were taught is a lie.
It is interesting. Antarctica is a no-fly zone.
There have been skiers who are putatively exploring Antarctica for sport, who have had black helicopters descend on them, and they were told that
Нормально.
in an area that affects the national security of the United States, and that they're going to be immediately evacuated.
Really?
Yeah. There shouldn't be an area that affects the national security of the United States legally, because according to the Antarctic Treaty, Antarctica is like a neutral zone.
Admiral Richard Burr talked about a pyramid, and the pyramid you can spot. Like, I have a friend who went down there, and he saw this sort of black pyramid.
There's a picture of it. I've seen a picture of it.
Yeah. And it was on Google Maps, and then I think it got deleted off Google Maps or
That's what
something.
I
It was
heard.
this big scandal. So I don't know. It's interesting.
Evil. Be at a church. This man was recording his church Sunday morning, but after reviewing the video, they found someone who wasn't supposed to be there. Can you see it?
That's right, Grover. This is the fiction section. Fiction means it's a made-up story. Fiction means it's a made-up story.
But why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it. The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet.
First of all, lad, we've got to get all these medieval ideas out of your head. Clear the way for new ideas. Knowledge of man's fabulous discoveries in the centuries ahead. That'll be a great advantage, boy. Advantage indeed. If the boy goes about saying the world is round, they'll take him for a lunatic. The world is round? Yes, that's right. And it also goes around.
Eyeball, what is this?
This is the Earth.
But why is it wrong?
Well, because the Earth is round.
If you've ever gone into a rabbit hole about the Paris catacombs, then you need to hear about the Palermo catacombs, because I would argue that they are even more terrifying. These catacombs are from the 1500s, and they have 1,200 full mummified bodies, unlike the Paris catacombs, which only has bones. One of the most famous bodies inside of these catacombs, and just a heads up, this is pretty intense, is a 2-year-old girl named Rosalia Lombardo. This is a sketch of Rosalia. She was one of the last people to be placed inside of the catacombs, and she is in near perfect condition. Rosalia died in 1920 of the Spanish flu, and her father specifically asked that she be placed inside the Palermo catacombs. And because she never really decomposed, there's photos of her from the 1980s where she looks just like a sleeping child, even though at that point she was 60 years old. In 2009, she started showing signs of deceleration, so they put her in this hermetically sealed glass case. The next slide has a photo of her just to illustrate a phenomenon that had been happening, so just a heads up. Before she had been put in the glass case, guests would actually complain about seeing her eyes open, which was shocking to them because she was in such perfect condition, but they could actually see how crystal blue her eyes were. Like, they definitely weren't hallucinating this happening. Employees explained that it was just a trick of the light. Her eyes actually hadn't fully closed, so depending on how the light was, her eyes looked more open or more closed. But some people are so afraid of seeing that happen that they refuse to visit the catacombs. Would you ever go?
Remember this in our magazines? This is a crazy one, y'all, because like people say there's no brand, they're just promoting milk. It's not like whatever brand. So it's kind of weird. They all did it. this one short today, y'all.
Greetings, everyone. This is another kind of reptilian. This is a draconian. As you can see, a dragon slash dinosaur man. They're quite different from the serpent-looking reptilian. Okay, the draconians are 7 to 9 foot tall, and some of them even, you know what I'm saying, some of them are like 12 to 15 foot tall. They are very malevolent and disagreeable. Okay, they eat people. Let me just put it that way. So they are very, very sadistic, and they are one of the extraterrestrial that are responsible for the abduction of people, because they eat people. They like blood. They like the taste of blood and flesh. You know what I'm saying? And right here is a serpent looking reptilian. Okay, so this one is quite different from this one. This one is a dragon, and this one is a snake. Okay, they're also malevolent and disagreeable as well. They feed on negative emotions. So if you happen to come across these creatures in the woods,
Run.
run.
Yeah.
And the funniest part is that some of these creatures possess the ability to shapeshift. So you wouldn't tell. I mean, if you're not highly spiritual, you would not be able to tell. Some of them are your friends. You know what I'm saying? So that is the reason why we are, you know what I'm saying, trying to tell you all to be spiritual, because these beings exist. This is not fictional. They are here. They have been here for thousands of years. And some of them have mixed with humans to produce hybrids. Okay? So they exist. They are not fictional. They are real. Right.
They grab this guy, and in front of all these people, I still can't believe this. They chop him up. And I was younger at the time, and my dad told me he was in Africa at this time, and he was recording. He had like an old video camera, and he has VHS tapes when he recorded out there, recording like all the markets and things like that. And then there is this tribe out there. My dad was calling them the Bushmen, because like, you know, they practice voodoo.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's like a rare sighting if you see these guys come out to the city, because they live in like the woods or the forests and things like that. And they have like all these crazy things that they're wearing and stuff. And there's like this specific guy that the best way my dad could describe it in English is just saying the African devil. That's what he would say. Like, I don't know if you ever seen those videos. There would be like a person's wearing like this big thing, and it's like you can't really see their body, and you'll just see their legs, and they're like dancing.
It looks like they're wearing like damn near like leaves or like straw or something like that. Yeah.
It's like that guy comes out, he's the main one, and there's a bunch of these other people that all have like these tribal markings, and you know, they look crazy. And as they're going in, they're dancing around everybody. They grab some random dude from the audience, and you could see it on his face that he's like confused. And in front of all these people, I still can't believe this.
This crazy.
Chop him up. Chop this dude up with knives, machetes, things like that.
Like start dismembering him.
Dismembered, bro, in front of everybody. And you see his body is like in pieces. You know, they left it just right there on the street.
Oh my god.
They start dancing around bro's body. They get like oil or something like that. They set his body on fire, and it's a huge fire. And all these guys start dancing around the fire. The closer they're getting to the fire, the smaller it's getting. And every time they get closer, all to the point where they cover the fire completely, so you can't see it no more. All the guys are covering over it, and they open up, and the guy's alive.
What?
And to this day, I'm dead ass
bro.
serious. I swear to God on everything I love. My dad showed me parts of the video, but he didn't show me like, you know, the whole exact thing. But my brother said he watched the whole video, and he's seen this on film. But I remember seeing the beginning of the video. My dad turns the camera. He has a big clunky camera. Shows himself. He's like with one of his homies. He's recording the street, and then you see when the guys come in, everybody like parts out, and you know, just like start seeing them coming and dancing. This guy comes out the middle, and he looks hella confused.
But this
he
sounds
don't
like a fucking movie, bro.
It's real shit.
Shit's
It's
insane.
like that voodoo stuff. Yeah, I'm telling you. Even like
That's
my
crazy.
auntie,
You know, I was with Jeffrey Epstein. We was in solitary confinement together the night he supposedly killed himself or whatever.
Like he was your cellmate?
No. Like I was here and he was there, but I could look out my window and see him right there.
Did you ever talk to him at all?
We like people screamed at him and stuff, you know, when he came out to go to where he was going and stuff like that. He said slick stuff back and stuff, but yeah.
You guys gave him a hard time, probably?
Not me, really. It was like entertainment for me.
Hey guys, this is an updated mechanic task guide for watching you for a surveillance spot on streets of Tarkov, and then obtain the observation results, and then survive and extract to hand the data over to mechanic. Before this task.
Ugh.
I was walking. Why the fuck was I walking? I turned. Oh my god. No. No. No way. Mm. I can't believe that. Ugh, the head jaws. Love it. I 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 love it. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. That's embarrassing. I was literally thinking about just running out the door too, like just leaving the area. Like I was full on loot. There's no reason I should have been fucking checking the goddamn things anyway. Should have been doing my tasks. That's what I get. That's what I get. Wait, what? Can't put them on separate? That's retarded. I just wasted fucking so much money on that. Ugh. What do you mean wrong ammo type, motherfucker? Huh? What? That don't make no sense. Raining? I don't know. It looks like the ground's wet. Kirky, Kirky, Charlie, Kirky. Hi, Limpy. Okay. Need to get familiar with this area. So this is where I was at, right over here. Oh no, I thought. This is where I was at. I was literally right here. Fuck. RB, PK, press back once. Why the fuck would I do that? Okay. That was so weird. I was just thinking about, like, if I saw a PMC, if I would go for his legs or not, but I didn't. I didn't see him first. He saw me first. Very unfortunate. Hey, Dad. Should I get my 1099 through the mail, or should I do it through the? No, for this upcoming year, I think.
Oh, is there a new Fallout on?
Yeah, new season. Well, I'll take a picture of it. Just how, I don't know, through the website and everything, but they just sent it. I just saw it said that had a message. It says, "Hi Sebastian, we will send you your form 1099 I'm not gonna need it for tax stuff, right? Okay, so I should have a mail. February, March.
Me. The prison, the other people did.
The other inmates did.
Yeah.
Did he have a cellmate or no?
No. When he committed whatever, I think he had a cellmate at that time.
Oh, there was someone in his cell.
I think. I don't know.
I think you know. Well, you're there 24/7. You ain't got nothing else to do.
Is that normal to not have a cellmate?
If you watch or you stick it up and don't want no cellmate.
So when you were in the shoe during the Epstein thing, what happens?
Shit, regular shoe shit. Like, you know, Epstein was in there. We was on the 9th floor. El Chapo was on the 10th floor above us.
But the night he died, what happened?
Shit, we was already locked down, so they couldn't really lock us down anymore. So they was really trying to tell us, like, be quiet. You know, they blocked our window. You know, the little thing you look out your cell with, the little window, they blocked everybody's thing. So we couldn't see if they was bringing a body or, you know.
But you could probably hear the commotion. What were they saying?
I wasn't paying no attention. I didn't really care.
How do you feel that he died?
People shot so. Well, I don't know. He had nothing to do with me.
Do you think he actually killed himself?
Me personally, my opinion, I don't know.
Do you think it's possible to kill yourself in a cell like that?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Because what are you given? What's the standard issue? You have sheets. You have
clothes. You could kill. You probably do that with a sheet, I guess. I don't know.
How are the beds laid out?
They're on the wall. You know, connected to the wall.
Is there a spot you could technically hang yourself from on the bed?
They're not high enough. I don't know. Some people figure it out.
Did you hear any commotion that night, like before he died?
After.
Nothing before.
No. Well, when they moved him off the unit, the side I was on, when they brought him out the cell, like the commotion was people was like, "Hey, you fucking child molester!" Like certain inmates was like cursing him out and shit, and he was like, "Are you a fucking convict or you an inmate?" Like he was saying slick shit and shit, and that was it. After that, they moved him to like the other side of it, and I didn't see him. Then that's the night he died. Well, whatever.
Oh, they moved him that same night he died?
Yeah.
Do you think that was suspicious?
I don't know.
How are the guards there?
In the shoe?
Yeah.
The guards in there, they'll do anything for like money, and that's just money.
And the guards that got arrested for that, didn't they get charged for that?
Yeah.
Did you know them personally?
Yeah. I didn't know them personally.
But like you knew them in pad, like they served you food.
Yeah,
probably.
I knew them. Like I was in solitary confinement.
Do you think that they actually jerked around and didn't do their jobs that night?
Well, they never do their jobs. So it's like 100% chance that night they wasn't doing their jobs. I heard one of them was like shopping for furniture or something tonight on the internet while the guy was committing suicide or something like that.
So what do you mean by not doing their jobs? What would you witness?
The inmates do more
like a damn cop.
running the prison than the police, you know? I didn't really witness anything, but...
How long was the prison on lockdown for after that incident?
Probably a day or two.
Hello, everybody. I'm currently on my laptop right now, and I appreciate everybody who's been sending me birthday wishes, as today is my birthday.
Happy birthday,
so
honey.
I felt like it was the perfect day to be transparent and honest with you guys.
Y'all, I don't know about this Casanet. I understand that he said he's going through some mental changes. As I watch this video, I'm just like, That's not the same Kai, fool. It looked like he was reading off a script. I'ma say it, mental health is nothing to be played with. So if his mental is really messed up, then I hope he pulled through that shit. Cause that shit is tough. But y'all, listen to his whole video. And y'all let me know, do y'all think that's the Kai you accustomed to hearing? Not even because he's saying he's going through mental issues. It's just the way he's talking and everything. Everything just seemed a little off. And then I still go back to the Streamer University jump when he was outside. And he told people, God is king. He said, keep God first. And people was looking at him. He was like, no, I'm serious. Like, he had the little regret face. And he was just like, no, I'm serious. Keep God first. It just made me think, I know he's about to have one of the craziest moments next year. I'm just hoping he didn't give nothing up for that role. And if he did, that can factor into why his mental can be fucked up. But y'all let me know what y'all think about it down below in the comments. I fuck with you, KC3, so I'm hoping you didn't do that.
Carl. I mean, think about it, y'all. Think about it. Like, from the outside looking in, this dude's got it all. He's got the cars, he's got the man, he's got the people watching, he's got, you know, anybody that's doing content out there, like, man, I wish I can get 1 million views, right? He's got that. But he's miserable, right? You know why? Because it's not authentic. It's not authentic. Imagine all these people when you walk outside flooding you, loving you. You're the best. You're this. How do you do it? What? And deep inside your soul, in your mind, you know you did something to get there, right? I mean, we've seen him dressed up as a girl. We've seen him cut his hair. I don't know if that's got any. A lot of them are cutting their hair. We've seen him do things on these videos. We've seen him say things on these videos. So imagine the masses of people love you. They look up to you, but you know what you did to get there. It wasn't authentic. Now, I don't know. That's just my opinion looking at it. That's why he's going through all these things. But what do you guys think?
Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son. And that list includes some of the greats in comedy. On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed.
There is never, ever a context of a situation where saying something like that is funny. This is just the typical culture behind Hollywood. They seem to think these things are funny. And as they say, many things are said in jest. There are some very dark undertones within that industry. And this is just a prime example of it. So if they're saying things like this on stage in front of everyone, then what else are they doing when the cameras ain't rolling? There's a question for you. And to all those that say, oh, it's just comedy, oh, it's just a bit of fun, you are a big part of the problem.
Y'all want to? If you want a behind-the-scenes look behind the curtain of Hollywood, watch those celebrity roasts. They are telling you the truth, how these people are, and they use it in the name of comedy. But anyways, y'all, I hope you guys are okay with my, oh, I got to turn my lights on back there. I hope you guys are okay with my new haircut and shirt, y'all. I had to cut it short yesterday because I was just feeling like crap. I had snot coming out of my nose and all that. So, you know, we're back, y'all.
Is getting sick now, especially with the food. If you're a snacker and you love to eat snacks, you're going to watch this, y'all. This is beyond disturbing.
How they really make the snacks you eat every day? Once you learn about this process, you might never buy them again.
Please.
First, illegal factories secretly collect expired products from supermarkets that should have been trashed. Then they open packages, dump expired snacks into huge grinders, and pulverize even rotten, moldy items. Next, they add flavors, preservatives, and dyes to mask the foul smell and look of spoiled.
guys, this is a 1,000 entrance. Basketball court down to the easier with a red light outside of it. This is where you are going to use your key and then go into the room. There is 4 possible spawns when you go in there. So the first one is going to be on top of this PC block just on your left. So the second one is going to be located just to the right of the chair and the PC block in between the desk and then this set of drawers. And then I will show a picture of what each one looks like when the task is active. And then the third one is going to be located over here at this other desk underneath on this bottom shelf. And then this is what the photo looks like when it is active. And then the last one is going to be here in this corner on top of the safe inside of the pizza box, and that's actually where it spawned for me. So after you pick up the item, you do have to survive an extra.
Oh, scared the shit out of me, bro.
Hey guys, this is an updated mechanic task guide. For watching you for this task, we do have to locate the surveillance spot on Streets of Tarkov. Hey guys, this is an updated therapist task guide for Pets Won't Need It Part 2 for this task in a single. So here's a map of streets and 2 of the
cooked food. Using molds, they shape the mixture to look like new snacks. They print fake production dates on packages and seal them to appear fresh. These snacks then end up in markets and stores. Customers, seeing low prices and bright colors, buy them unaware they're eating garbage.
Next episode, I'm going to show some declassified footage that my NDA's expired on, where everybody's seen the movie Predator. I got footage of breaking down trees as it's running away, but it's cloaked.
Damn. And it's breaking down through the branches or knocking the full tree down?
I got footage of them of one throwing a tree.
Damn.
I've been on location seeing trees broken. Like, damn. No human being could do that. And I ain't scared of nothing. But when I was out there,
scared of that.
I felt like I was in the presence of something that, you know, I have to get a headshot.
I'm probably going to get targeted for this video, but honestly, at this point, I don't really care. I'm just going to be honest. I went to a summit last year, okay, and I kept this on the down low so I can get some more insider information. I've gone to 5 of these summits in the past year. The first one that I went to was in Washington. Second one I went to in Los Angeles. The third one I went to in New Orleans. The fourth one I went to in Miami. The fifth one I went to in Virginia. And there's not a lot that I can necessarily put out in the open on TikTok because obviously I'll either end up being suppressed or I'll end up having my videos taken down. These summits were based upon, let's just say, very intelligent cities, okay? The only reason that I made certain connections to be able to attend these summits is because I found out the truth of what happened in Maui. Last year, if you were following me, you probably saw all my videos that had to do with these cities or a specific company named Intercon. A whistleblower from Intercon got in touch with me via X when I was actually making content on X and a lot of other large creators as well. His name is Michael Rendazzo. I did get his approval to put his name out into the open because it's very important because a lot of people are going to start seeing his name in the coming months. He has collected very extensive evidence due to him having VIP access at these summits. There's very specific videos that he has while attending the summits in Washington and New Orleans. In his documents, he has proof of acceptance and rejection deadline dates. The one from Washington was due to end on November 16th, 2025. The one for New Orleans is due to end January 22nd, 2026. You will notice in the coming weeks as he releases all of this information that they were both approved. I have to sort of be discreet when talking about this specific topic, and I'm sure you're aware of why. But I just want you to think about this, okay? The approval and rejection deadline date for Los Angeles is on February 20th, 2026. Right in the middle of a very specific season. The Palisades fire, as you all know, started on January 7th of this year. So think what you want. I'm just trying to bring awareness to this because as you can see, what's happening in Washington is pretty, you know?
There's just some of the rules aren't like these guys are lawyers and like they want to be on TV too, bro. Like you don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat like, yo, you guys just saw me Sunday Night Football? Like that was no way. Like that wasn't PI. Like when I called it, I was like, seriously, they do that? I mean, these guys are normal human beings too, bro. Like these guys are just like.
Now you have another NFL player coming out and talking about how the league is scripted and rigged pretty much. Puka Nacua, the Rams standout wide receiver, talking about how the refs make up calls. Gee, I wonder why. It's almost as if the NFL is just like the WWE. It is predetermined, it is scripted entertainment, just like the WWE. And the same can be said for NBA and MLB and even college. Anytime there is betting involved, you best believe it is scripted and rigged. What do you think? Wake up.
I find knowledge in weird places. I just learned that the show To Catch a Predator got canceled because they caught a congressman and he blew his brains out while they were filming. Ooh. I learned this in a YouTube comment section.
This ancient map talking about the old world most of human civilization that we see now is underwater. All of the ruins is underwater. You know, the scariest thing to me is that at the top of Mount Everest, they find these 8 feet in diameter oyster. So that means at one point in time, Mount Everest was completely underwater. The highest point on the planet was completely underwater. And then the tallest mountain is actually currently underwater. Where do 90% of UFO sightings originate and leave from?
The water.
The water. Why is Rear 2-Star Admiral Tim Gallaudet coming out saying that they track certain locations outside the Catalina Islands to rock formations under the water that look like an interest to someone?
Not only that, but why do even like NASA spaceships, when they land, they always land in the ocean? Are they landing or are they coming up from the ocean? I don't know.
You, Steve-O, in particular, it's the last decade that we all share entertainment together. Now, when I say that, meaning like new videos came out on Friday. We all saw it at the same time. Records came out on Tuesday. We watched Seinfeld on 9 o'clock on Thursdays on NBC at the same time. It was the last time we all shared water cooler talk.
That's really, really interesting of a point.
Yeah, it really is.
Before the media became so fragmented.
Right. Social media, Napster came in and like, when's the last time you bought a record? Let me share this. You buy a record, it goes into whatever it goes into. There's no tangible quality to it. That wasn't the case in the 90s, you know? You held something in your hands, you looked at it, and we all looked at the same time. You listened to it, call your friends, here's that track 3. And
the excitement of going to the record store, buying the record.
Worked in a record store.
Mark McGrath's take on 90s nostalgia feels especially relevant right now because it's less about trends and more about mindset. The decade represented a cultural pause between analog life and digital overload, a moment where technology enhanced experiences instead of replacing them. What really stands out is the idea of shared culture. In the 90s, we were all watching the same TV shows, listening to the same radio stations, and discovering music together. That collective experience created memories that feel bigger and more meaningful today. Steve-O's edition makes the conversation even deeper. The lack of permanent digital records meant people could evolve without being haunted by their past. That freedom is something many people today wish they could get back, and it's a huge reason why 90s nostalgia hits so hard. According to Mark, the 90s were the last era of pure optimism. No social media. No constant bad news in your pocket. No algorithms telling you what to feel. It was the sweet spot. Technology was exciting, but it hadn't taken over our lives yet. You lived in the moment, not for likes or views. And honestly, that hit hard. We had MTV actually playing music. We all watched the same shows. Listened to the same bands. Argued about CDs, not comment sections. So yeah, maybe we're not just nostalgic for the music or movies. Maybe we're nostalgic for how life felt. Do you agree with Mark McGrath? Or is there another reason the 90s still own our hearts? Drop it in the comments.
You know, I got a good question for you guys, right? Because like he said, we all watched the same thing at the same time. We bought the CDs at the same time. We did all that at the same time. So all my 90s babies, or we have some older people, 70s, 80s, whatever, whenever your childhood was, that we all want times to go back to that. But now what we got is things getting exposed, right? We didn't know about Hollywood back then. Yeah, I know I'm going to get comments like, I knew about it all the time. Yeah, but the masses, y'all. When I say y'all, I say the masses. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the masses, right? The majority, right? The majority of people didn't know what was going on, right? Like we do now, back in the 90s, the 80s. But we had all this nostalgia. We were excited for Christmas. Our lights twinkled a certain way. We were excited to go outside and play with our friend. Now these kids don't go outside and play. But now things are getting exposed. So what would you rather have, right? Because you can't have both, right? If we go back to the 90s and 80s, well, that means these are gone. Internet's gone. We have no, how are we going to get our information? What would you guys rather have? Would you rather have videos like this exposing things? Or would you rather have everybody watching the same news station being controlled and being told what to do? That's a good question, y'all. Let me know down below.
This man filmed a wax figure in a museum in New Mexico, and it did something wax figures are never supposed to do. He came here after his father visited days earlier.
Mexico's
his dad
crazy,
said the place felt wrong, especially one exhibit, the one dedicated to Maria Sabina, the history, the rituals, and a statue that looked way too real. So the son starts recording, and suddenly, the figure tilts her head. Fast, sharp, intentional, not looping, not mechanical, like she noticed the camera. He keeps filming. She never moves again. Later, the museum confirms something chilling. The figure isn't animatronic. It was never designed to move. So if it wasn't supposed to, what made it do that?
This guy on X just broke one of the craziest stories about Erica Kirk. Let's get into it. Apparently, Erica Kirk's ex-boyfriend, Kabop Phillips, will be doing college tours in replace of Charlie Kirk's position. You got that right. They are replacing Charlie Kirk with her ex. The relationship surfaced after Erica Kirk's CBS town hall claiming to have not dated at all 5 years before she met Charlie. Diligence also saying that she was dating this guy right before she met Charlie Kirk, even though she said she dated no one 5 years prior to meeting Charlie Kirk. They were able to dig up old pictures.
Animatronic.
Not dated. Kirk's ex-boyfriend, Kabop Phillips, will be doing college tours.
even hear that guy. He scared the shit out of me.
In replace of Charlie Kirk's position. You got that right. They are replacing Charlie Kirk with her ex. The relationship surfaced after Erica Kirk's CBS town hall claiming to have not dated at all 5 years before she met Charlie. Diligence also saying that she was dating this guy right before she met Charlie Kirk, even though she said she dated no one 5 years prior to meeting Charlie. Kirk. Shit. They were able to dig up old pictures that they scrubbed off Twitter, and it appears Charlie Kirk didn't know of the scrub. Also, Kabak was a huge critic of Trump and an Obama fan, and has close ties to, you guess it right, Israel. He is currently scheduled to be doing a college tour for Turning Point USA in replacement of Charlie. Here's him in Israel. As we know, you have to kiss the wall. December 16th, 2025, Kabak Phillips, How to Lead Like Charlie, Turning Point USA event. How much you want to bet Charlie didn't even know who this guy was, and here they are playing basketball and taking pictures together. I feel so sorry for Charlie Kirk and his family. I'm going to continue to call Erica Kirk out. She is fake. She is an actress. She has been caught lying many of times. We need to call her ass out. May Charlie Kirk
I don't
rest
even know
in
who
peace.
watches that stuff,
I'm
y'all.
gonna go and say this, man. I do not think wintertime is natural. I do not think it's natural. Make it make sense, because why does everything die out when it gets cold? Why does everything have to just die out? All the
This nigga
trees,
is
all the
retarded.
animals go to hibernating. We lose so much vitamin D during the wintertime. That's why we don't have no get up and go. I don't think wintertime is natural. I think it's supposed to be sunny all year round. But they did that. They did this so we can lose some energy during these months. I'm telling you, they implemented somehow, some way. They implemented wintertime.
I can't
They
explain
made it
it,
cold, so we wouldn't have as much energy we have during the summertime.
but I
Notice how
think
we
for
have so
sure.
much get up and go about ourselves during the summertime, and when wintertime come, all we want to do is be in the house. Huh? Don't nobody, y'all don't think that's strange? Make it make sense. I do not think winter is natural. I think I think Earth is just supposed to be a paradise. I don't even think it's supposed to be cold like that. Even in Antarctica, I think something happened over there, a war or something, and it ended up just freezing everything all at once. Get in the comments and let me know what you think, because I don't think it's natural.
If I had to guess, your boy CK is still alive. I know that's out there. I know that's reaching. But her vibe gives. I just saw my long distance boyfriend for the first time in months. Her energy is totally different. She seems relieved. She seems like a burden has been lifted off her shoulders. And I think she's been let in on a secret that maybe a small group of people know. And now that she knows, she can't help but give that giggity energy
What?
off. That would also explain why Cat
Oh yeah.
Patel said to my dear friend, I'll see you in Valhalla. That would also explain why Erica Kirk never gave a location of the burial place. And if he was being threatened, maybe it's plausible that they got him into some type of witness protection program. But what I do know is something definitely happened at that meeting. I don't think it's necessarily that she got paid. It's either she got paid, she got threatened, or he's still alive. And I don't know. My discernment is just telling me he's still alive. I feel
What?
like they pulled a Machiavelli on us. They faked his death. And
why? Like, who is this guy?
I don't know. What y'all think? Talk to me.
So, like, why I think he's dead? Like, who is he? He's a YouTuber, right? Like, I don't understand it. What about Candace knew what was going on the whole time? What about that? What about she was helping Turning Point? Because I guarantee that book is going to skyrocket when it drops. I don't know if it has yet, but I guarantee bad publicity is the best publicity you can get, right? That helped that book go through the roof. So what if they're working together? Hey, let's start this little fake beef, right? Help the book sell. Maybe give you a % of it. I don't know. It's going to help your views go up because she got hella views. She was streaming and getting 160,000, 300,000 people watching, right? It's a circus, y'all.
You took a bunch of pictures like that.
Working together, right? Because you don't go from that. Like, imagine your husband passed away. Somebody on YouTube was saying these crazy things. You did it. You're involved. You work for these people. These people did this. Your people. You're just Would you be okay with that girl? And have a good conversation with her if your husband just got his blown off, right? Think about it. How would you feel about that? Would you be okay with this person or a family member talking that bad about your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad? Would you be okay with that? No, I don't want to talk with her. I don't got nothing to do with her. I don't want nothing to do with her. She does her little weird thing over there, and we're going to keep doing what we're doing. I don't got nothing to say. Right? Like, think about it, y'all. Would you want to sit down in a room with a person like that was bashing you so hard, that was bashing your husband's legacy? Now, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I don't know what happened, what not, right? I'm just saying, how would you feel if you were in her position? Would you want to sit down with her and now everything's peaches and rainbows? We're going to start taking pictures. She's going to come on the show now. We're friends. It's a show, y'all.
His name was Cristobal Colon.
Man, I can't
believe
it. My bad. I know white people going to be like, they crazy, they laugh, but...
What made him change it?
I don't think that smell was a litter box.
So his family was Jewish, and in the country he was in, they had to transfer over or they were going to get kicked out. They had to become Christians. So why everyone thinks Christopher Columbus was a Christian, he grew up Jewish bloodline, Jewish family. So he put on a front. This is how you know it's stamped, though. This is how you know it's stamped. He set sail on August 3rd, 1492. The day after the expulsion of Jews from Spain, he took sail.
So he was forced out?
They got kicked out of...
They got kicked out, bro. And that's what it was. And they told him, they said, basically, this is most likely what happened. He got kicked out. They knew he was he's still in his heart, he's Jewish. Hey, listen, Columbo, go and try to find homeland for you guys. So America was already promised to them. That's why they run it now. Bro, the shit was promised to them. And they were going to name America after Columbus. But before he got to America, savage. But guess the textbooks we read were...
I was just about to say, they told us what our whole...
McGraw-Hill.
Yeah.
And guess who McGraw-Hill is? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. He owned that.
This is what it's going to take, y'all. Will it ever happen? No. We're too divided, right?
What do I keep telling you, man? There's like 250 people at the top of the food chain trying to control 8 billion. Once people truly figure that out, everything will change. Well, Bulgaria just showed you what the fucking game plan is, if you really want to do it.
There are more mummies found in America in this time frame by a gigantic margin than there are in Europe or Egypt. In fact, the Smithsonian was caught stealing mummies from Colorado and shipping them to Europe. And the deeper you go, the crazier the things they find. 17 miles northeast of Manchester is a prehistoric cavern in which wonderful discoveries have lately been made. They're on a farmer's land in Ohio. The ground shapes downward into this weird depression in his land. What they find when they remove the rocks covering the bottom of this depression is a tunnel into a underground tomb. It contains 9 chambers or rooms. They find a well in one of these chambers, and 45 feet from the top of that well, they found the entrance to a second cavern, which proved to be the family tomb of a race of gigantic men.
Yeah, it's insane. Even a single human statue, if you asked anybody on the street, has that ever been found in America, they'd probably say no.
Epstein files released December 19th. 3A Atlas arrived December 19th.
DC heard
Not a damn thing happened, right? Life goes on.
Capital of the world. 2 buildings in, they're like, hold my drink. Make it make sense, DC. Let's get into it. Who would build so many steps without an Apple Watch to count the steps? Look at this guy. Yep. Explain it to me like I'm a little kid. Come on. Over there, that's a big pile of BS.
Oh, thanks, Paul. Oh, look. They're raising a dome with a steam engine. But this guy's still hacking trees with an axe. Make it make sense. Uh-oh. He's on to us. He's on to us. No, please, someone explain it to me in the comment section. How they did this in the 1800s. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, also explain it to me when I visit Connecticut and I visit Philly and tell me how important they were. But now that I'm in D.C., you're going to tell me how important D.C. was. When I live in New York, you tell me how important New York was. You can't have it. This ain't Burger King. This is D.C. Come on, man. Tell me. You can't have it your way. Was D.C. the capital or was Philly the capital? Oh, they were all capitals. We took turns. You know, make it make sense. No. It doesn't seem nothing excessive for the 1800s. What planet are you guys from that you think this is normal? In the 1800s, with oxen.
Hey guys, this is a mechanic task guide for the Developer Secrets Part 1. For this task, you do have to locate the IT firm on Streets of Tarkov and then unravel the secrets of the firm's success. And once you do this, then you will have to survive and extract from the location. So for this task, you will require the negotiation room key, and this key can be found in the pockets and bags of scavs as well as in jackets or in drawers, or there is actually a possible spawn inside the IT building itself where we do have to go for this task. And the location of this possible spawn is going to be in the middle office in the back center of the room underneath of this pig on the desk. But if you are unable to find this key in a raid, then you can always purchase it off the flea market for usually between 15 and 25k rubles. So here's a map of streets, and the IT office building is located here by the school, X-ray, and Check 15 buildings. And inside of the IT building was made accessible with patch 14, but just be aware that because this building has some very good loot and also has spawns for the relaxation key, that this location is going to be an absolute war zone right now. And now I will show you guys how to complete this task in a raid. So my PMC is starting outside the IT building, and then right here's where the Check 15 building is. The vet clinic is going to be right here, and then the school is just to the right of it. So if we do turn around and then go inside of this iron fence area, then you can enter into this building from the right door. As we go through, then you should end up getting a subtask complete for locating the IT firm, and then you want to take a left past the conference room, and then at the end of the hallway, then you do want to take a right. Once you turn right, then you do want to go to the door at the end of the hallway, which will be locked, and this is where you can use the negotiation room key. Once you unlock this room and go inside, then it will look like some kind of a torture room, and just from entering inside of it, then you will end up getting another subtask complete. You don't have to retrieve anything from here, so after this, then you can just survive and extract from the raid to be able to hand the task over. However, if you do die in between entering the torture room and extracting, then you will have to come back and just successfully extract from a streets raid in order to be able to hand the task over to Mechanic. So hopefully you guys found this guide useful and it did help you to complete this task. Thank you guys for choosing my video to watch on this, and I hope that you have a fantastic rest of your day. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is just a couple of my different social links in case you guys wanted to connect more easily. I am primarily streaming on Twitch now.
Tell me, you can't have it your way. Was DC?
How is Detroit?
Detroit is awesome. We got a lot of talent here. We got the money coming here because we the Motor City any way.
Oh, it's awesome here. After we just seen a slew of black people that have been maimed, that are hooked on drugs, that are violent. Oh, it's awesome here. Girl, get an effing clue. This is what I'm talking about. They want to turn a blind eye to all of the foolishness. How about you ask all these people that are tripping off of drugs, trying to beg for their next fix, all these people walking around with bullet hole wounds, their houses falling apart, the people who have lost loved ones, ask them if they think it's awesome.
Other than that, we got a lot of personality here. Y'all see what's going on behind y'all.
How dangerous is it out here in Detroit?
It's not what people make it seem. The death rates are still high everywhere, not just here.
Well, it's high everywhere. This is the part that really pisses me off. Oh, well, it's high everywhere, as if that makes it less bad. It's still bad. What are you talking about? Don't use that to deflect from the problems that are happening in your damn city. That's why I say these people don't give a damn. They don't care about the black people living there. They don't care about the children growing up in squalor. They don't effing care. Y'all want to sit over here and pretend? Oh, it's awesome here. As if we didn't just see a little boy talking about how he got ops. As if we didn't see a bunch of illegal guns popping out of backpacks. As if we don't see the crackheads and the prostitutes. Oh, well, it's bad everywhere. Imagine going to a hospital and you're having a heart attack. And you're going up to the hospital in the emergency room and they say, well, there's heart attacks happening everywhere. Instead of treating you. That logic doesn't fly anywhere. Well, it's bad everywhere. Well, we're talking about this area right here. Why don't you want to focus on your hometown? If this is where you're from, if this is the community that you care about and you love, then why don't you want to shine a light on the problems that you have and then work toward a solution? You can't get a solution if your solution is, well, it's bad everywhere. That's not an effing solution. It's a deflection. And it's a deflection from people who want to play in your face like they give a damn, and they truly do not. And then we wonder why. In Chicago, we have little babies terrorizing mothers while they're trying to walk their kids home from school. It's happening because the culture is fucked up, and the people who want to pretend like they're pro for the people, all this power to the people nonsense, they're the ones trying to tell you not to look. Oh, don't look over here. Don't look at all this mess. They want to sweep it under the rug. But you don't have a clean house when you're constantly sweeping shit under the rug.
I just want to know this is a good city, man, long as you got a good heart, good vibes. But other than that, it's wicked. It's very nasty, scary.
Bro, I'm telling you, right now you got one more chance, bro. Stop playing.
Oh, come back over here. It's been things are getting a little shicey out here. To be fair, he's been posturing.
He's good. He said he's great.
Ooh.
Everybody ain't gonna play with you.
Oh, look at the people behind you. They have heart. Oh, it's not that bad. 5 moments later.
Damn, there's 3 niggas over there. Yeah.
Fuji.
Mm.
Tarkov and then obtain the observation results and then survive an extract to hand the data over to Mechanic. So for this task, streets, and 2 of the pharmacies are going to be located on the pharmacy, so we have to move 13.5 to this main road until we are at the dead end and have the Cardinal apartment building on our left. And this entire area past the second intersection was added with the expansion that happened with patch 13.5. So if you did start playing after patch 13.5, then this will all just look normal to you. But as mentioned earlier, I am just showing you guys the locations in the fastest way possible for guide video purposes. I definitely wouldn't recommend that you run from one side of the main road all the way to the other, even if it's only because you leave yourself open to all the different sniper scabs. So realistically, just make sure that you move from one side to the other by using at least a little bit of cover. So once we do make it to the Cardinal apartment, then you do want to cut through it and come out on the opposite side where you will see the large red abstract design thing in the courtyard, and we will be turning to our right and running in along this building until you will see a couple of ambulances and also a fire truck. As you go just past the fire truck, then you will see that there is a gate now open on either side of this dumpster container building here, and you can go by on either way, either on the left or the right, and then as you do go in through, then you will see another pharmacy sign in the distance. This will be considered the third pharmacy and the last one for this task. So once you do make your way inside of this store and get your subtask complete, then you will have to survive an extract from the raid to be able to hand the task over to therapist. Now, if you do happen to die on your way to the extractor, or you only find 2 pharmacies during your raid and then extract, then it will not save your progress, and you will have to come back to streets and go step foot in all 3 pharmacies all over again. So this can be a very tedious task. But hopefully you guys found this guide useful and it does help you to complete this task. Thank you all for choosing my guide for this, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Отвечай, земляк, мы стрелять не хотим, он так улетает. Куда он проебался-то? Вот ниндзя ебаный. Иди, идиот! Я их убью, говно собачье! Жлоб вонючий!
Hey guys, and welcome to a guide for the transit location on Ground Zero. So here we are.
streets, and 2 of the farm.
In my wet jar.
The Witcher is a Netflix adaptation of the popular game and book series about Geralt of Rivia, a witcher who hunts down fantasy monsters and does all kinds of cool stuff, including taking baths. And in typical Netflix fashion, they've now done terrible casting for season 4 by replacing hardcore gamer Henry Cavill with Chris Hemsworth's brother. And while usually this is the point where I summarize the story, that's not happening today, because season 4 of Witcher is way too big of a burning mess to summarize. Hands down some of the worst, most incompetent television I've seen, even more so than what I've seen for this channel before.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the...
Which is not too surprising, seeing as the showrunner here doesn't seem to be the brightest, considering some of the infamous big brain public comments she's made over the years. She said she found Henry Cavill annoying for how stoked he was to adapt the books and games he loves. She said she casted one of the actresses because she wasn't quote-unquote traditionally beautiful due to her darker skin tone and thus challenged beauty standards.
What do you say me for?
She apparently built a writer's room that openly disliked the source material, and after eventually butchering it, she said it's okay because the source material still exists. Look, I don't know the showrunner, and to give her the benefit of the doubt, maybe she's just bad at explaining herself and shouldn't be commenting publicly at all. But damn, these are not professionals. These are not
Serious people.
And so, the question you're probably asking is, why am I talking about this? Why am I talking about season 4 of a show I only saw the first season of years and years ago? Well, because it's become a bit of a bad habit and so far has provided a lot of useful TV lessons to learn about intention and obstacle, about story engine, about dialogue over action, about questions and character types and much more. And what better way to continue learning from bad shows than Witcher Season 4, which already begins with some of the messiest episodes of television out there. We bounce around aimlessly, nothing really happens, and every scene seems the exact same as the last. So let's get into that. Let's see how many episodes I can get through this time and what can be learned from them. Take a guess in the comments. Do you think it's more or less episodes than with the other shows? Let's see. The first main problem here is that the show lives in the past and future more than in the present, which makes it bounce around like a kite in a hurricane. Way too messy to follow. Basically, the season begins with this girl listening to fantasy tales about Geralt from a long time ago. And that's an okay framing device to start the story, to talk about it as a tale, establish the new Geralt by showing him fight this swamp monster. And at this point, I'm like, damn, this is pretty awesome. Why are people calling it bad? But pretty soon, I understood. This method of talking about events past and future does not end.
Why am I being pulled into it?
The framing device keeps recounting stuff like a history lesson for like 10 minutes, and once we finally get to the present, it's the same thing. Characters do not deal with events and needs in the right now, but rather discuss them as they have been or will be. Look at Geralt's storyline, for example. In the first scene, he's riding with his crew, and they see some burning houses and talk about where they're going.
We need to go further east.
Then they come across an ambush wagon and they loot it, not because they have some current need, but because why not?
I hope they left something for us.
I, for one, hope it's food as my stomach.
Then they ride some more and, you guessed it.
Get to the Yaruga, sail downstream to the Delta until I reach the south.
My point isn't that nothing happens. Things do happen. They get ambushed by bandits near the wagon and fight them, and it's pretty awesome because Geralt is an awesome fighter. They meet dwarves on the road and join forces with them, and it's pretty fun because the dwarves are fun characters. They come across a house lady being attacked by raiders and step in to save her, which again is pretty exciting. My point more so is that there's no current purpose for what is happening. Fighting wagon bandits isn't what we must be doing right now. Joining dwarves isn't what we must be doing right now. Saving the random lady does develop Geralt as a character, but doesn't really have anything to do with what we were up to 10 seconds ago. Whatever happens feels like a random number generator, right?
Hey you, get your damn hands off.
Whereas to make the show more logical and easy to follow, you need to establish intentions and needs in the here and now. Like, okay, maybe we need medicine from the wagon, so we fight for it. Maybe we don't know the way, so we join up with the dwarves. It would be more purposeful, not a kite bouncing around randomly in a hurricane. But usually we are a kite in a hurricane. The spotlight is almost always on the past and future. In another storyline, a witch called Yennefer teleports around to ask questions about the necklace and then steals a pickaxe for no clear reason and teleports somewhere we don't know to kill some random guard who attacks her for some reason. After which she stops teleporting and chooses a horse instead. And how is the reason for that established? Well, she travels to meet her friends and then they start guessing what must have happened after the fact.
When I was looking for him, the portal system shut down completely.
You see the issue. The show does not establish these things and events in the present in what would be the strongest way. It's not like, oh no, the portal brought me to the wrong place and doesn't work anymore, and it's because this evil mage made it happen to meet me, and now I must run back to the safety of my friends. That would make the most out of that story event in the here and now. But no, we just see Yennefer go somewhere with no clarity whether she wanted to go there or not, and then the portal glitches a bit, but we're not really sure what that means, and then she rides somewhere that we don't yet know to explain it retroactively, all while in the meantime yapping about stuff that has happened and will happen.
When Geralt fell, when the tower exploded, he'll do anything. Kill anyone. Geralt will find you. And I'll make sure that Vilgefortz
I can't go through every example, but the entire first episode is basically this. People yapping about doing and having done stuff.
Can we just talk about what just happened?
Bruh.
That was mental.
There's a scene where a hero talks about leaving her pack of thieves soon, but doesn't leave. There's a scene where a ruler wonders whether Geralt died or not, but does nothing to confirm. There's a scene where another ruler talks about
wanted you to open your card.
Burnt down Vengerberg, subjugated Verdun, Nilfgaard will attack from 2 directions. And I will lead my troops to defend.
And I'm just confused as to what the hell is going on. I know way more what the show has been and will be than what it's supposed to be right now. Overall, establishing a backstory and a direction for the future, let your main focus be on the present. Don't tell a story as it happened and will happen. Instead of most of the time talking about something in the past and future.
Best was Blondie toying with that bloke like a cat with a mouse. I will hunt down Geralt. I will bring you his head.
Show it happening now. Because just yapping about stuff existing outside of the present will be boring and confusing as hell. Another main problem here is that scenes don't achieve things to move to the next step, which makes it seem like we're stuck in place with nothing going on. As I mentioned, there is exciting stuff here and there. Geralt comes across the wagon and fights the bandits. Very cool.
Like goulash.
But again, it doesn't really achieve anything because we don't have a problem that looting the wagon would solve. There is some setup for later when we accidentally rescue some enemy prisoner, but it's not like that's necessary to further our journey here, right? And in a nutshell, furthering the journey in scenes is the most core aspect of TV and movies. Proper scenes are about characters overcoming an obstacle to push the story to the next step, creating a sense of progress and achievement, which here just isn't the case. When we come across the dwarves, that's not an obstacle to overcome. It's not like we need to do something to earn the dwarves' help to get closer to our objective. No, we just meet them and join up with them and that's it.
Terribly sorry, but we got food. We're in. We're definitely safety in numbers.
Nothing is achieved, nothing is progressed, the story is in the same spot after the scene as it was before it. And it's the same thing in the entire episode. In another storyline, Geralt's daughter has banded together with this pack of thieves, and they're doing absolutely nothing. They run from a tavern they roughed up for no clear reason, and then they talk about doing it. And then the daughter says she's thinking about leaving, but doesn't, and then they go drinking, and then one guy says she knows the daughter is wanted, but she doesn't have to do anything about it. And then the girls have a girls' night, and then they all stay together.
So yeah, that's about it. So yeah.
And in some sense, there is something here. The daughter wants to leave, and the thieves want her to stay. That's a point of contention that will alter the course of the story. Is she able to leave, or are they able to make her stay? But the reason it doesn't work is because it's not believable.
Where do you want to go?
What's that?
Yeah, the daughter talks about leaving, but she doesn't even know where. Yeah,
Really?
one of the thieves wants her to stay, but for no apparent reason. There are no proper indications of alternate routes or hidden agendas. No other objective that the daughter has to leave for. No ultimate criminal goal that the thieves need her powers for. It's just stuff happening, but not really, and all the thief must do to convince the daughter to stay is sleep with her right after someone else tried to forcefully sleep with her. Okay, well, that was pretty simple, but it's not like the daughter has anywhere else to be, I guess. And there's a lot more examples. The ruler scenes achieve absolutely nothing since they're all about talking about the past and future and killing off some failed soldier who doesn't seem to mean anything to anyone.
Who was that guy?
Even Yennefer's scenes that seem to have challenge don't really have it. She realizes that her friends are being attacked by a mob, but then does nothing about it. She turns away to go after the evil mage while the mob starts killing her friends, and then she wants the mage's disciple to come with her, which she does. Nothing needs to be done here. They just leave, and in the next scene, they're inside. What happened to the mob? Why wasn't Yennefer attacked? Why was this so easy? I don't know. Same with the interrogation of the disciple. Yennefer prepares to get answers from her about the mage's whereabouts with some arbitrary magic act, and then we cut away again. And once we go back, the interrogation has brought no results apparently, and they prepare to do some more arbitrary magic interrogation, but now the evil mage takes over the disciple and bullies Yennefer and kills the disciple. That's it. Nothing was achieved, nothing was learned, not even a hint of the next step to Yennefer finding the mage, or the mage getting something from Yennefer. There was no clear obstacle or solution, and now we're back to where we were before. At its core, screenwriting is about progressing further through obstacles and challenges, whether it means physical opposition or using dialogue to convince another character.
Either that, or I turn you in.
A scene can be about succeeding or failing, but in both cases it should advance the story in some way, like how Ethan often loses the challenges in Ghost Protocol, but at the same time wins a path to the next step.
Retrieve Cobalt's file before he can destroy it.
The nest is empty. 6 foot, 180 pounds. Blue eyes. Who is he? That could be Kurt Hendricks.
Intention and obstacle and resulting change, as I've said before. And this is the opposite of that. Characters fight and yap and do all kinds of things in a way that gets them nowhere. As much as everybody talks about what they're gonna do in the future,
Get to the Yaruga, sail downstream to the Delta until I reach the...
they're no closer to doing it at the end of the episode than they were at the start. Which is why, despite all the fun action and other stuff, it feels like nothing is happening and it's boring as hell. The third main problem here is that character dynamics remain very static, which makes all scenes with those characters feel the same. With Geralt and his crew, for example, the dynamic remains what it is. Geralt is quiet and stubborn, and the sharpshooter pushes back on that because she's tough and cares about him.
How do you think you're gonna make it on your own?
And then the other guy says some selfish quip because he's the scared comedic relief.
Thing about an ominous monster graveyard of death.
It starts like this in the first episode and continues as is throughout the second episode. All their interactions follow the same blueprint, and unless you're a dog who enjoys eating the same food for the 10,000th time, you're gonna grow numb to it pretty quickly.
He's fine.
But an even better example is the daughter's dynamic with one of the thieves, which is overwhelmingly cordial from birth. The thief goes back to help her escape the tavern. The thief supports her when she thinks about leaving. The thief keeps her company and introduces all the members, and then they sleep together. Notice how there's no real evolution in how this connection is formed. It's not like the daughter is first suspicious or avoidant. It's not like the thief first needs to break an icy wall between them. No, it is what it is. The thief is always there for the daughter, and the daughter always accepts it. Then, after they have slept together, the daughter goes to a lake and tells the thief that she'll stay with them.
With you.
And it's like, oh wow, who would have guessed? Didn't you already establish this when they had a romantic night together? It's been pretty obvious this whole time that she'll stay. Why do you need another scene to do the same thing you've been doing this whole time? This is a bit tough point to articulate, and it's not like character dynamics can go through major changes in every scene because that's not sustainable. But what I'm getting at is that the most interesting relationships start a certain way and then evolve into something else, like when Finn meets Poe in Force Awakens. At first, they're strangers on opposite sides, but then they go through this shared experience and turn into best pals as a result. There's evolution and growth. The relationship is
Hey guys, this is an updated mechanic task guide. For watching you for this task, we do have to locate the surveillance spot on Streets of Tarkov. This is the second floor of the Pinewood Hotel, and my PMC will be starting on the between Pinewood and the Beluga restaurant. So my PMC is here in Arada, and I am at the second floor of the Pinewood. Go for this task. Hey guys, this is a proper task guide for Glory to CPSU. For this task, you have to locate the apartment of Proper's friend on Streets of Tarkov and then survive an extract from the location. So here's a map of streets, and for this task, we do have to go to the second floor of the Check 15 building, which is just across from the Big Sparger grocery store, as well as the collapsed Green extract. And for this guide, my PMC will be starting
Wow, I thought I killed him. And then, of course, I'm shooting the fucking... That is so annoying. I would have killed his ass. I would have killed his ass if I didn't shoot the fucking top of the goddamn... Oh, God. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes. 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 Head, top of head. Nice. 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 No, that's really cool. Yes, thank you. 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 Thank you.
It's forged into something real. It's not like it just comes to be and remains so.
This is Finn.
Okay. Because that's how it is here. After Geralt's crew has defeated a wraith to clear the path, some doctor steps out the woods to invite them to his place.
I invite you all to return with me there and rest the night.
And then they accept. They go to his place, they take his drinks, and even Geralt accepts medicine from him. There is some darker foreshadowing at the end, but the actual interactions remain the same. The doctor is hospitable, and the crew accepts it. That's it. There's no evolution, no growth into something. The dynamic just comes to be and remains so. That is why a lot of the bonds and interactions here feel weak. They just are what they are. Yennefer goes to ask some dwarves for help and they oblige. Geralt joins forces with other dwarves and they're always nice and helpful. Even though I like the dwarf characters, I don't care about their relationship with Geralt because it never became anything. It just came to be. The point is that relationship dynamics can't remain the same in every scene because that will make every scene feel the same. They should evolve based on what is happening. And when new relationships are born, they can't just appear on screen as is. They need to be forged into something which is best done with a shared experience. If the doctor showed up to help the heroes with the wraith in a time of need, then it'd be more clear why they would trust them. Then there'd be more shadow over the question of is he reliable or not. But if he just steps out the woods like, hey, come to my home. Nah man, are the heroes stupid or something? Anyway, I hope some of these lessons were useful because I'm done. I plan to watch at least 3 episodes, but I couldn't get past the second. We'll continue when there's another show to carry on the torch of the worst of TV.
Oh, wow.
This is flechette only for the Taz. Oh, no wonder it looks so weird. Bro. Get this shit out of my inventory then. It's just taking up fucking space. What the fuck?
wish I never met you, Gravinovs.
This comes from.
So this little guy, or big guy, 1.5. I mean, I guess that's the grand scheme of it. Who does not actually look like that, which I actually find quite ironic that that's his latest. I mean, he has this sense of, I'm doing the world a justice by letting people know how awful everyone is.
Well guys, we were about due for one. Every few months, somebody I make a video on decides to make a response video to me, and since I am forever doomed to have to be right about everything I say, I must respond to them. Now is that something stemming from my childhood? Probably. Is that something we're gonna explore today? Absolutely not. About 2 months ago, I made a video titled The Most Narcissistic TikToker on the Planet, where I talk about this woman named Bethany who made a series of TikToks stating that pretty people have it much harder in life and have to endure things day to day that ugly people would never understand. That's a pretty bare bones version of what the videos were talking about. If you want to understand the full situation, I will link that video in the top right corner. I feel like you should probably give that one a watch before watching this one, otherwise you might not really understand the context. But a couple of days ago, somebody sent me a video of Bethany responding to the videos I made. Now normally, when people do this, I like to respond to them again on my channel. This is for one main reason, and it's the reason I started doing YouTube. The reason I started making videos like this, where I'm taking a video or a topic and saying this is what I think about it, and this is what I think people are getting wrong, is because I used to watch creators make videos on things, or people talk about things on the internet, and get it so unbelievably wrong, and the concept that I could never address all the people who saw this video and agreed with it frustrated me. So I tried to find an outlet where I could try and address these people, and that's why I started making these kinds of videos. So I only find it fair, now that the roles have been reversed, that if a person wants to respond to something I said about them, that I show the people that I said those things to originally what this person has to say in their defense. I don't do this to start drama. I don't do this to be like, hey guys, go bombard this TikTok account with hate. I do it because I know how frustrating it can be to not be able to voice your opinion to people who need to hear it. So, with that being said, let's see what Bethany has to say. Let's begin. Please subscribe.
Hey guys, it's Bethany, or you may know me as the most narcissistic TikToker on the planet. So this little guy, or big guy, 1.4. I mean, I guess that's the grand scheme of it. Off topic, anyways. This guy, who does not actually look like that, which I actually find quite ironic that that's his latest. I mean, anyway.
Alright, so Bethany, I don't think you know what the word ironic means, which is demonstrated by you not explaining why this would be ironic, which is going to be a theme in this video, guys. Not trying to set her up for failure here, but if you're looking for an argument or a response where she explains what she's saying or backs it up with anything, you're not going to find that. This entire video is basically her just saying things and kind of wanting them to be true, I guess.
Anyways, I'll Go the Ducko made a video about this video that I made. Yes, I did save my own video. About warning the attractive people of the attractive people problems, and maybe hearing these problems would make them realize, oh wait, I might actually be attractive because this explains why people treat me. But yeah, I kind of fell off the face of the planet for a bit after that, and I've been focusing on other things.
Did I miss something? Why are we talking like this? She didn't talk like this in any of the other videos. Where is this accent coming from? It's not relevant, but I'm just kind of confused.
Starting off by saying, I hadn't heard of August until these videos came out, and when I started watching his videos, I saw it's kind of a trend. He's always like, oh my god, do creators not realize the platform, the influence they have? He has this sense of, I'm doing the world a justice by letting people know how awful everyone is.
Okay, that's an interesting take. I like the impression, by the way. I don't think I'm doing anybody a justice by making videos on YouTube. Maybe there's some projection there with how important you think your TikTok videos are to other people, but I promise you, I don't think I'm saving the world or anything over here. And I mean, what's even the argument here? Is saying that creators who have a large platform should be aware of their influence a hot take? I don't think it is. I think that's just common sense.
And some of the videos are about creators who are making the craziest, dumbest kids. And one of them was this kid blowing up a plane, threatening to blow the plane to get out of a test. And then he was like, oh my god, what if a kid watches this and then thinks it's okay to blow up a plane? No, it's not that serious.
Alright, so this is a reference to Darman's Mischief Mikey video, you know, where Mikey if he makes a bomb threat to a plane so he doesn't have to take like an English test or something. If you scrub through that video, you won't find a single instance of me saying, what if a kid sees this and thinks it's okay to blow up a plane? See, what Bethany's gonna do this entire video is just say things and think that as long as she says them, nobody's gonna go check it to see if they're true. This is a pretty silly strategy to employ against the person who made these videos, because I know for a fact I never said anything like that. The point of that video was me saying that Darman has this kid who commits an act of domestic terrorism, and his punishment is he gets to go to juvie with his best friend. And then the judge releases them after like 2 days, and it's all hunky-dory. I am in no way saying that I think Darman is going to promote children to become terrorists. If you watch that video, it was very clear that my point was Darman is making very light of these things to an audience full of nothing but very impressionable children. I'm assuming Bethany is also missing out on the context of who Darman is, this guy who acts like he's promoting all of these positive life lessons and is changing people's lives for the better, all while making a video directed towards children, where the idea is that domestic terrorism is a joke and jail is fun as long as you've got friends there, which, yeah, I think is a bit strange.
It's not that serious. If a kid were to watch that and be like, oh, I'm blowing up a plane, I'm sorry, but they got some underlying mental issues. Like, August, what influence do you have? Seriously, what influence do you have? All you do is point out everyone's flaws, and your followers are a group of internet trolls who are sad, pathetic, and lonely, and then go to the videos you made about and just bomb them with hate. What influence do you have? What are you doing?
Did you hear that, guys? You're all sad, pathetic, and lonely. Nothing but a bunch of trolls. I went back and looked at the TikToks that I talked about in my video, and there were like 2 comments that mentioned me. I think just most people that saw that video you made did not like it, so they left a hateful comment. I don't really know if you can put that one on me. I think in general, and especially in the commentary community, I have one of the more healthy communities. I see very little toxic behavior in this community. I've always made it a point in my videos to never attack a person for their looks or things like that they can't control. It's always about what they say and what they do, and I think the people that watch these videos operate pretty similarly. If you go on the internet and you say something stupid and you get called out for it, it's not hate.
It's hard for me to have respect for him because I know what he does. He literally scours the internet, searching for people to crucify. He probably saw my video, got tagged in it a bunch of whole times. I never stood a chance because the whole time when he was seeing that, all he was thinking of was content, content, content. What can I slam her for? And I think the topics I talked about were deeper. And the fact that he probably didn't do any research on me, he doesn't know me at all, he never talked to me as a human, he doesn't know anything. That was just a crappy video to make.
Alright, so this is something I've heard quite often, and I'm going to kind of give you guys my insight on it. As a person who does YouTube for a living, this is my job. I've got a pretty decent sense most of the time about what topics that I cover are going to do pretty well, and what topics I do that are maybe not going to do so well, and for the most part, that's rarely ever a factor on if I'm going to make a video or not. I like to make videos on things that I think are worth the time talking about. Bethany, I don't mean this as a diss towards you, this is not meant to be mean, but you're not exactly amazing. Okay, when you made that video, it didn't really blow up, you weren't going viral all over the internet, people weren't making videos left and right. Honestly, I haven't seen a single other video that was made on you. Now, why am I saying this? Because I was not thinking content when I saw a small, unheard of TikTok account making a video. What I saw was a person talking out of their ass, saying some pretty dangerous things that I thought needed to be addressed. You can't just say that I'm this evil, vindictive YouTuber who's looking to crucify people. No, you were saying stupid things, and you're an adult, and you should be held accountable for them. That's it.
I never said ugly people don't go through trauma. No. What I was referring to is the day-to-day experience of an attractive person who is not attractive is completely different. When you are attractive, you're naturally attractive, a lot more eyes on you all the time, a lot more insecurities are triggered, and it is more dangerous for you.
Yeah, the danger. I forgot about that, Bethany. So if you check out my video that I made on her, what you'll see in the comments is not a bunch of sad, pathetic, lonely people making fun of her appearance like she would have you believe. What all of the top comments are about, and what most of the comments are about in general, is the fact that she said that if you're ugly, you don't have to worry about sexual crimes being committed against you. Something that she's not going to address during her entire response. Thanks for bringing that one up, Bethany. I almost forgot.
growing up, I didn't think I was special, let alone beautiful. And I did see everyone for who they were rather than their physical appearance. I just wanted to be nice to everyone. Growing up, I kind of got a sense that when I walked into a room, people started to act different. It was like all eyes on me. There was a lot of attention on me. People acted strange. People were
Засоса! Вон он! Вон он, блядь! Ебашь его!
very overly nice. That's the first clip he has of me saying nice. But when I mean nice, I mean it's like everyone has you in a false reality. You walk into their room, their real conversations stop, and it's targeted towards you. And you think, okay, whatever. So you start opening up to them, and then you realize that they're just listening to find the insecurity so they can constantly point them out. And every time you mess up, they point it out to try to humble you and bring you down a pedestal notch in their mind.
Bethany, I'm gonna throw a flag on the play here. I'm gonna be honest. I just don't believe you, okay? Like, come on. Nobody did this. When you walked into English 3, people weren't like, oh my god, is that Bethany? Like, they turned into some sort of sleeper agent who's designed to do nothing but bring you down. I mean, come on. This is why I called you narcissistic. Because you genuinely believe that everybody's world is revolving around you. I promise you, and this goes to everybody listening, including myself, people do not care about you anywhere near as much as you think they do. 99.99% of the time, everybody's in their own head about themselves. They're not paying you this much mind, Bethany, I promise.
Whether you think I'm an obnoxious bastard or not, I think those videos prove my point more. Look at a majority of the comments. They're all hate comments targeted towards my looks, my personality, trying to humble me. And it's rude. Do you not see how big of a hypocrite it is? I am not in other people's comments spending my time of the day leaving negativity. I don't do that.
Okay, so I don't really know if this is in reference to the videos that she made or the videos that I made, because after the first few minutes, she kind of just stops talking about anything that I said, and she basically just goes on to repeat everything she said in those first 2 videos. This is not a very good response, but if she's talking about my videos, once again, most of the comments are talking about how insane it is of you to say that sexual assault does not happen to ugly people, and that if you're ugly, you don't need to worry about it. Again, that's what most of the comments on my video was about. They had nothing to do with trying to humble you.
For everyone giving me hate over that video in the part where I say attractive people shouldn't be friends with ugly people, you do understand what I was saying, right? If not, let me clarify. I was not saying attractive people can't be friends with ugly people because of a physical thing, like, oh, they're fat.
Alright, so she's gonna go on to say here that it's not specifically because a person is physically ugly that an attractive person shouldn't be friends with them. It's because if you are around people who are miserable, you're gonna be miserable yourself, and saying that isolated is fine. You should try and surround yourself with happy people if you can, but the implication that all people who aren't conventionally attractive are unhappy and miserable, can you really not see the problem with that, Bethany?
No. It's usually the mindset associated with that person, because I've met, as a general broad speaking, beauty usually radiates from the inside out. It's a mindset thing. You take someone who is wearing dirty ass clothes, who is 400 pounds, hasn't showered, smells like crap, goes to work, just comes home and eats more, is lonely.
My year is different to your day. Dripping the sauce, the drip is so saucy. I don't know why they wanna want me, why they wanna warn me if they don't know me. Different to your day. Dripping the sauce, the drip is so saucy. I don't know why they wanna want me, why they wanna warn me if they don't know me. She said, hand on her heart, she don't trust me. I don't want you to trust me, just love me. She looked me dead in the eye with a secret smile and told me none of these bitches can ever touch me. Baby girl, just calm it down. I need to know we can go right now. I couldn't really give up right now, but baby girl.
Sad, doesn't do anything with their life. When you're around that person, it's gonna be miserable because they're miserable.
Bethany, you're pretty close to what you're trying to say here, but the problem is that you're acting like only people who are 400 pounds can behave this way. You can be skinny, you can even be conventionally attractive, and still be a miserable person. That's what you're missing out on, and that's why you seem like such a shallow child. This can apply to anybody.
Their work ethic is actually garbage. They will complain the entire time. They never want to go anywhere, do anything. They don't want to change the way they live. They are content just sitting in front of a TV all day.
Bethany, do you hear yourself? Guys, you heard it here first. If society deems you not conventionally attractive, then you have no work ethic. You never want to go out and do anything. You're a loser. All you want to do is sit in front of a TV. And you can't argue with that because Bethany said so. Bethany, you're obviously not very mature, and you're just not ready to be making these kinds of statements because I don't think you realize how harmful they can be.
The reason why attractive people are usually attractive is because they take care of themselves. Because they prioritize eating healthy, going for walks, working out, having fun, being positive. They have a positive mindset. As a rule of thumb, the attractive people I've met have been incredible freaking people. They have goals, they're problem solvers, they don't enjoy being around negative people, they're very nice and compassionate, but they also don't take shit from anyone, and they have huge boundaries. They will give you advice on how to become more successful. Why? Because they're not terrified of you succeeding. They want you to succeed. They want to see other people doing great. Because they understand there is enough light in the world for
Bethany, it is very, very clear that everything I said to you in that first video went straight over your head and then like 6 states over, because you actually seem to have come out of all this with a worse mindset. I mean, I don't think you can hear yourself. If you genuinely go your entire life thinking that if someone is not conventionally attractive, that they are completely devoid of any positive personality traits, and as long as somebody is pretty, they're going to be a great person, they're going to have an awesome work ethic, they're going to be the best friend you could ever ask for, you're setting yourself up for failure. Maybe Starman can make a video for you, since you seem to enjoy his videos quite a bit, about not judging a book by its cover. Have you ever heard that one, Bethany? It's a pretty old one, and it's a little cheesy, but I think you should maybe take it to heart. You seem to be very caught up with the superficial and materialistic things in the world. You talk about only living once, so why should you not make the most of it? I agree, and part of that is not being a douchebag to everyone around you because you automatically think they're a bad person because they're not pretty to you. I was hoping, in this response, you would clarify some of the things you said and actually address what I said about you. Instead, you just doubled down and you seem to have gotten worse. I wish you luck moving forward, Bethany, but I don't think it's gonna help you. Well, guys, what are your thoughts? What do the sad, lonely, pathetic trolls who watch these videos have to say? Bethany, if you'd like to make a video where you actually address all the insane things you said, instead of just insulting me and my community with baseless statements that make you feel better, that would likely be a better place to start. I genuinely hope for your sake that you grow out of this ideology. Doing so will definitely benefit you down the road, but I don't have my hopes up. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and walk on over to that subscribe button and touch it. It's free. It won't cost you anything. But for now, that's all I have for you today. Bye.
When you think about receiving dating advice, advice on how to mingle with the opposite gender, where do you think the best place to go is to get this kind of advice? Surely the first thing that comes to mind is TikTok, right? If not, maybe you're the weird one. TikTok has the best advice.
Welcome to another edition of Revenge Ideas from a lawyer that won't get you arrested, probably. Did you know that you can buy live hissing cockroaches on Amazon in sets of 2, 5, 15, 30, or 50?
Yeah, I actually did know this. I hope if you own pet reptiles, you know this.
They'll just open up what they think is a normal-ass Amazon package, and it will be full of cockroaches.
Not true at all. They actually label it with, here, I actually have a box right here. Live animals. From Superworm Company. And then even if you did open it, it's not just going to have the worms in the box. It's contained pretty well. It'd be kind of stupid if people bought these that actually need them, and whatever they bought just ran out the box and hid in their house.
What if he calls Amazon to see where it's from? Guess what? He can't, because they don't have live people on the phone that you can talk to.
Jeez, I just had a really bad breakup with this crazy chick. And, a week later, I get a package that says live animals on it. Oh, I wonder who this is from. I'm really sorry to burst your bubble. Like, she really actually thought she had something going on, too. Like, this was the perfect prank. Anyways, this wasn't even really dating advice. This was just stupid advice. Up next.
I just put up to the bar that I'm about to go in, and ladies, I'm about to give y'all a visual of how the parking lot should look. Wait, look at the men behind me. I'm about to give y'all a visual of how the parking lot should look before y'all go in the bars.
I disagree. I don't think it should look like this. Not a single Hellcat in sight. Come on.
Going on dates and looking for these rich men, because they're out here, baby. It's Tuesday.
Okay,
so
Tuesday.
Tuesday night. It's like 8:45.
8:45,
and I'm out here. I really should have been out here a little bit earlier.
That's what I'm saying. Early bird gets the worm.
Yeah, it was making me heavy.
You looking alright.
My hair is all black. I don't have on a Gucci purse and a black dress.
I don't mean to burst your bubble. You look great, but this is just how, like, the average middle-class woman dresses up for a night out. I can't really complain about her too much. She knows what she wants, and she had to go get it without getting caught. You know, at least she admits that she's out here looking for rich men. Like, there's a lot of chicks out there that'll be like, man, I want you to buy me all these things and spend money on me, but I'm not a gold digger. At least this chick is admitting, you know, like, okay, I'm out here looking for rich men. Like, she's just out here for a bag. And then she's sharing the method to all these ghetto chicks. And I read the comments, and yeah, they're pretty ghetto in there. Also, how you should look. Some girl be looking ghetto AF. You look incredible and demure and cutesy. First of all, you type ghetto AF. Secondly, who knew? Who knew, man? Rich men don't want to date some ghetto, trashy woman who has a mop for a wig and fucking grasshoppers for eyelashes. Who knew, man? Out there screaming and twerking in the club. Like, who knew, man? Who knew that the rich millionaires didn't want a woman that is out here doing shit like that? The other comments were just women repeating exactly what the lady said in the video. And then this was kind of gross. It's giving ladies that your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. Why you got a man if you're going for a baller? What's the point of it? And then someone actually did mention the lack of Hellcats, and you know, she is smart. She runs from Hellcats very fast. I don't think you can run faster than a Hellcat, but hey, at least you're trying, and at least you got the mental capacity to know that a nigga that got a Hellcat ain't no nigga you want to be fucking with. Anyways, you guys remember when I was talking about how some women claim to not be gold diggers, but expect you to spend $300 to $800 on a first date?
How old are you?
28.
Let's say I wanted to take you out. How much do you expect me to spend on a first date?
Depends where we're going.
What's your expectation, though?
I don't really have any.
Okay, this seems kind of promising. She doesn't have an expectation on the first date.
So I could hit you up and say, hey, let's go to Burger King and get slushy?
No. I mean, at least, like, you know, nice 5-star type of restaurant.
Are you fucking retarded? I'm not saying that because your opinion is garbage. I'm saying that because it took this amount of pressing for you to actually form your opinion. You're 28 years old and you didn't learn how to do critical thinking in high school. Like, the amount of prying that this guy had to do for her to actually form a thought is mind-boggling. Like, this guy's like, how much are you expecting a man to spend on a first date for you? Oh, I don't know. Well, what's your expectations? I don't know. Well, so, like, Burger King is fine then? Oh, well, now that you mention it, yeah, it'd have to be a 5-star restaurant. Like, why could it, like, are you that stupid you couldn't say that at the beginning?
Depending on how it goes, depending how I like you, and that all kind of goes with me even saying yes for a first actual date.
5-star restaurant in Miami. How much is that gonna range?
300 to 800, maybe.
Imagine getting rejected by this chick and then seeing this video later on and realizing you dodged an $800 bullet. I don't mean to sound like an incel, but if I'm spending $800 on a woman, I'm not expecting her to sleep with me. No. She can come back to my place and clean my entire house, block every dude on social media, and then meal prep me breakfast for the next morning.
A man to spend $800 on a first day?
Yeah.
Has it happened before?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of patch or update that these kind of women got for them to think that a first date needs to be some extravagant adventure at a 5-star restaurant. And these same women are now trying to say that coffee is not a first date.
Do not go on that coffee date. Do not go on that coffee date. Do not go meet that man for drinks.
Do not let a woman who got implants only to pull 25,000 views tell you how to live your life.
This man saw you.
was it? Wow, I'd really like to get to know her over some dinner and a nice ambiance.
I think the fact that you don't think that a coffee shop is nice ambiance for a first date says more about you than it does about him. And the reason why I say there's some women, not all women, that think like this is because I do go through the comments and, I see women say, well, I don't see the issue with coffee. And God bless your soul. I think women like this who think that they need to be treated like the fucking Queen of England on the first date are definitely a minority of women who got pumped and dumped by a rich guy and now expect the first date to be some extravagant bonanza. Or they watch some chick flick drama movie and think they need to be treated like the main character. Like this woman. A 5-star restaurant isn't safe? I'm sorry, but I don't even think McDonald's is safe for you because you'll probably run the Big Mac bill in the hundreds.
Calling me a gold digger or saying I have gold digger energy is probably one of my favorite compliments. Be a gold digger, gold collector, connoisseur. I'm gonna wear that badge with honor.
Hey, at least she admits it, but also going through her page, it looks like she's just been on a bunch of dates within the past year and still single. So, how is that going for you? Do you think you'll finally find the love of your life here in 3 years in your 40s?
Men coined this term, gold digger, as an insult for women that want and demand more. So I feel like if you ever get called a gold digger, you're doing something right.
That is not true. The term gold digger is a warning. It's a warning that the woman is only with you for your money, and once your money runs out or she finds somebody richer, she's going to leave you. So when that inevitably happens, do not crash out because we warned you this was going to happen. She's a gold digger. She's after gold, not love. But this goes both ways. Some rich men don't want love, they just want a woman, and they want a woman that's cleaner and legaler than a prostitute. So they get a woman like you, buy them gifts until they find somebody prettier and younger, and then they leave you, which is why you're probably still single. Anyways, let's get the opinion of a woman who had to get a bachelor's degree in psychology just to give relationship advice on TikTok. Let's get her opinion.
This is why you should never accept a coffee date for a first date. Perhaps it sounds convenient to you because you don't need to spend the whole evening with a stranger you may not like.
Yes, that is the point. It's a first date. You might not like them. You might not want to be with them for a long time. If you don't like them, you have an easy way to leave. Oh, I finished my coffee. It was nice meeting you. Bye. If you like them, you can continue talking after the coffee and maybe even do something else after the coffee.
As if he says, let that girl prove herself first before I'm willing to take her out for dinner.
Isn't that kind of how it works? Like, this is like femcel logic. You know how incels get mad at women who don't sleep with them on the first date? Femcels get mad at men who don't spend a few hundred on them on the first date.
But let me tell you what this says about you. If you accept a coffee date, that actually shows that you accept the bare minimum.
No, actually it shows that they're a low-maintenance, tolerable person and reasonable.
Yourself as being worthy of something more than just a coffee. How can he be convinced?
Well, then with that logic, we can just cause a huge slippery slope and just... You're only worth a 5-star dinner? Why didn't he take you out with Obama? Why didn't with that logic, will it ever be good enough? Will anything ever be good enough for you? I think women like this are just old and miserable, and they want younger girls to be just as old and miserable as they are.
But a coffee date doesn't sound like fun. It sounds more like a job. Okay, I'll go sit there for half an hour, see if he's worth it, see if I like him, and then we're talking.
Again, that sounds like your miserable opinion because you're a miserable, materialistic person. Also, doesn't that happen on every first date, what she just described, whether you're going out for dinner or going out for coffee? Like, if you go on a dinner date with somebody, you're not going to sit down and talk to them and get to know them? That only happens on coffee dates? What? And my nosy ass once again had to check the comment sections, and she was absolutely getting cooked by both men and women. Anyways, this kind of reminds me of a list I found on the internet of a survey that asked women what doesn't consider as a first date, what they wouldn't want to do on a first date. So this ranges from like Cheesecake Factory, Buffalo Wild Wings, IHOP, Starbucks, nightclubs and stuff like that. And I went through and kind of marked what I agree and disagreed with the blue being like kind of a neutral situational kind of thing. So we got like your mid-tier restaurants like Cheesecake Factory, Applebee's, Chili's, Olive Garden, Red Lobster, and I think these are perfectly fine for first date. In fact, I think that these restaurants were probably designed with first dates in mind. And then you have stuff like Buffalo Wild Wings, Wingstop, a buffet. For Buffalo Wild Wings and Wingstop, I know that not every girl likes chicken wings. They can be messy, they can be just not too fancy. But there's some girls that love chicken wings. So, you know, depending on if she likes chicken wings or not, this might be a good place to take her. Now, buffets, yes, you do not want to take a girl to Golden Corral on the first date. I do agree with that. But there are some super, super fancy buffets out there that I think would be a pleasant first date. Chipotle, yeah, don't take no girl to Chipotle. This is just Mexican Subway, inauthentic Mexican Subway. Your house might not be, unless she really likes you like that, your house is not the best first date. Any fast food chain, obviously that is off the table. IHOP, Denny's, Waffle House, these are completely off the table. This is just like this is ghetto. Waffle House is ghetto. Denny's is slightly less ghetto than Waffle House, and IHOP is slightly less ghetto than Denny's. The gym, this can be a good, if you guys are into that, that can be a great first date. But if your girl's not in, or the girl you're going on a date with isn't into like working out and going to the gym, I get that can be intimidating for other people and be kind of awkward to bring her on a first date there. Church. Now this is under the assumption that church is not the only thing you guys are going to be doing. I'm assuming that this is like, there's going to be some kind of activity before church, after church, like going to get some ice cream or something after church. There's going to be something accompanied with it, because, yeah, it'd be kind of boring to bring a girl just to church. But even then, bringing a girl just to church, assuming that, you know, then she's going to meet your family, you're going to meet her family, and it'd be like, you know, a pretty decent time. Starbucks, coffee dates, ice cream dates. What is wrong with this for a first date? Like, it's just something chill, just something relaxing. Nothing, no high pressure, nothing. Family functions. This is how I know the woman that put this on here does not have a father, because what is wrong with this? Unless you got some crazy ass family, you know, your family's having a barbecue. Oh, why don't you come over? You know how thoughtful that is? And then she could bring maybe her family, they can bring some stuff and share, and you know, I think that's overall like a really good first date. Movie night, Netflix, Hulu, and etc. Yeah, this is sleazy. This is like if you're just trying to like booty call. There's a difference between going to the movies and movie night. We all know how sleazy Netflix and chill is. And speaking of which, the movies and bowling, isn't this a classical? Ain't that just a classic? You know, let's just have a fun activity to do while we talk and get to know each other. If you don't want to go to bowling on the first date, I think that's because you just suck at bowling. And that's okay, as long as you vocalize that and admit it. Because you might go on a date with a real nigga like me, and I'm gonna blow you the fuck out on bowling. And you're gonna go home crying, sobbing, and you're gonna go to sleep like a little baby. Nightclubs and hookah bar. This is just gross for a first date. I mean, for any date, really. You wouldn't want to take no girl to a date on a nightclub or a hookah bar. Unless, you know, again, she's like a booty call or something. Like, yes, ladies, if he takes you to a nightclub on a first date, he does not give a fuck about you at all. That is like the ghettoest shit ever. Bars for just a drink, it just depends on if both people are really into that. Sports events. Yeah, you don't want to take a girl to a sport event on the first date. Or unless she's just really into it. There are some girls that are really into sports that would love to do that, but a lot of girls really aren't. Also, I forgot the somewhere that requires a really long drive. Now, this depends on what a long drive is, but I have a feeling that whoever put this on here is just boring as shit. Actually, I think I'm going to change my mind on this one. This one's going to be situational, you know, depending on if the people are into that, because I kind of do understand you probably don't want to be in a car with somebody for a very long time on a first date. And number 30 and 31, we have rape and sleeping on call on Discord. Who the fuck? This wasn't here. This wasn't in the original. Who put this here? Hold up. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I just fired my editor. He tried to have me talk about rape in Discord sleeping on call. That's not funny, guys. Anyways, in conclusion, I think half the women they surveyed are retarded, and the other half are pretty reasonable.
Oh, I found it.
My ideal first date is at a halal
put it
restaurant with her
inside
father present. Out of courtesy, I'd
of
even
the
pay for his
thingy.
meal. We're gonna go back to
Sent it back to my
TikTok
base,
rage
so I
bait
had to
that's not
wait
actually
for it.
rage bait because some women actually resonate with it.
Yeah.
How to get in a guy's head. How to make him
back.
freaking obsessed with you. Number 1, text him his name and then don't answer. None. Done. We're ghost. We're gone. There is no response after that.
If she tries something like this is how I'm finna be.
I'm ignoring you. I said I'm ignoring you. Stop ignoring me, ignoring you!
Guys, you wanna know how to get even if she starts playing games like this? Just don't respond. It'll drive them crazy. It is that easy. You just gotta carry your life out in some peace and quiet.
Number 2, hold eye contact with him. It makes him so nervous.
Is eye contact not like normal in a conversation?
My favorite thing in the world is telling a man that you don't know if he's your type. You're still kind of figuring it out. Now, this will make him want to be your
This will make him want to figure out what your type is and be that person for you.
By the way, this only works on men that don't have goals or aspirations in life or are still in high school. I'm sorry, but do you think a man that's working 50 to 60-hour work weeks has time to put up with the games like this? Or a man that has aspiration and goals, do you really think he's gonna like focus on you more than these goals? Ladies, you want to know how to get into a man's head and have him think about you all the time in a healthy way? You make sure your environment is as stress-free as possible. You make sure you're his peace. When he's around you, you want to make him feel safe and secure. And this goes the opposite way too. If a man is making a woman feel safe, secure, peaceful, if both partners are doing this for each other, that relationship will last decades.
In order to keep a man interested and to keep him coming back for more, you're going to want to do this one thing. Now, we all know that men are hunters. We as women get to play with it in our advantage. Now, I can teach you this concept from two places. One, from a very wounded and unhealed place. I want to bring you into the very empowered and healed place. So because men are hunters, they want what they can't have. Allow him to get to a space where he gets to question what he means to you. We start to get wobbly in our confidence, and we start to want more from a man. While that's natural, it's beautiful to want more. Women want love, men want freedom. You're not doing it from this place. You're actually consumed. You're spending time with your friends. You're saying things that you love. And that's this is not energy. You're not always available. You're just going to yourself. Frolic as the queen you are. And if you're like, okay, but how do I do the inner work? How do I pour into myself? How do I look?
Holy yap session. This chick just said a whole lot of nothing. You want some genuine advice? If you have to play Death Note level mind games in order to be in a relationship with somebody, it's probably not meant to be. And if you want me to boil down exactly what she said, it was actually decent advice. It just took her like fucking 2 hours to say it. She was basically saying whoever you're chasing, make sure that you don't make them the main focus of your time and spend time with your friends and have hobbies. And because this will make you look more confident and make you look less desperate. Wow, that took me, what, 10 seconds?
You're like, okay, but how do I do the inner work? How do I pour into myself? How do I look at my shadows? How do I become whole? I have a solution for you.
Every time I turn around, the Batman just
embodiment program, an embodiment journey that's going to take you out of your head into your body. That's going to heal the structured parts of you.
Wow, so
he just did it again.
With a bunch
Literally
of
twice.
nonsensical buzzwords that don't actually help you, and then she sells you a course
Why
on
you
what
yawning
the
so much,
definition of
kitty?
these buzzwords are. That's the female Sigma grind set. Also, the advice she gave is kind of, what do they call it? Common sense? These advice videos are either something completely crazy outlandish, like, oh man, he needs to spend $1,000 on you.
The cat is yawning.
Like
They're likely tired, relaxed,
hey, ladies,
bored,
if you don't
or
wanna look
is using it
desperate,
as
get
a
a
subtle
hobby.
way to communicate
What?
peace,
I seen
stress,
this
or
one where
even
this chick was like,
stress.
if he's cheating on you, just break up with them. Don't key his car. Don't go through his phone. Nothing of that. Like, just break up
I
with
don't
him
know.
and leave
He
him.
definitely
Yeah.
not stressed.
You needed a lady on TikTok to tell you that?
If you want to know how I always stay 10 steps ahead of a man, listen to this. I don't argue with any man. Don't argue with any man. Don't go back and forth with any man. Don't get out of character for any man. Keying a man's car, showing up to his job, going through his phone, texting chicks, DMing hoes, all that stuff. Ladies, cut that shit out.
Hey, ladies, you want some advice? If he's cheating on you, you should just leave him instead of having a mental, emotional breakdown fit. Are we giving advice to ladies that are just recently coming out of the psych ward? Or are we talking to normal human beings here? I mean, yeah, getting cheated on is an emotionally damaging thing, and it's normal to have very strong emotions toward the situation, but then taking those emotional energies and putting them into the situation is just going to make everything worse. And it's kind of embarrassing. Did we not learn this when we were 18? Why are we now talking about this in our 30s? Or however old this chick is, I don't know. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, it is good advice, but I don't know why we're labeling common sense as advice nowadays. But at the same time, we're on TikTok looking for advice from middle-aged women. Women that most likely don't even believe what they're saying, and they just know that this is rage bait that gets clicks. The problem with this kind of rage bait, though, is that there's women out there that actually believe this kind of stuff and believe that this is how real life is supposed to be. Well, these kind of women need to also get their act straight
you a
before they're
scav?
single without children in their 50s.
Hello?
By the way, what do you look like? If you want to
Yeah, that's
progress,
bad.
it'd be nice to know. I'm not so confident about my looks, to be honest. But, well, since you're asking, here's an old selfie. I'm so... I don't know. Well, you're fine. You look alright. Why Discord because he's got no riz, or it was because the Discord e-date face reveal was just that bad. This guy didn't even know what to say. Have you ever seen a post on the internet that made you want to wash your eyes out with radiation? A post so horrendous that you wish you could go back in time and
No, my dad.
that you gave up to read the post. I once heard that hundreds and thousands of years ago that paper was actually a luxury. So if you wanted to convey a message through textual means on paper, you would actually have to pay a lot of money, and it was luxurious to do so. Nowadays, that is not the case. Anybody can grab their phone, make a Twitter account, and write something like this. In freshman year, they was calling me the football foot job because the whole football team shooting ropes with just my clothes. Fortunately for the entire universe, this
Push as hard as they can.
but
Push as hard as they can. Blow it up.
so I had to show the rest of you guys. So I resurrected the tweet like it's George Droid or some shit. Genuinely though, what entices somebody to type this out and post it? Did he think that he was gonna get some sort of standing ovulation out of this? Standing ovulation. I meant to say standing ovation. Clapping. I mean, did he think niggas was gonna be clapping their hands and get a handshake from the president for posting this? But yes, today we're gonna be talking about the worst posts on the internet. No, I'm not talking about some basic political post where you just disagree with the political opinion in the post. I mean like a full-out fledged mental retardation of a post. We already started with one example. Here's another one. Broski's F OnlyFans Funko Pop just gave us fat material for the whole week. Are they the baddest in the game right now? And then it's a Funko Pop in a... You know, people are gonna be like, oh, Ibs, I can't believe you fell for this bait. This guy's being ironic. The fact that this guy could come up with this in his brain while being ironic is still bad enough. Called my overweight female friend a hecking chonker today, and now she won't talk to me. My female friend was crying about how fat she was, and I was trying to comfort her by telling her that she didn't look that fat. But she kept accusing me of lying to make her feel bad, so I thought that saying, maybe you're just a hecking chonker, would cheer her up and lighten the mood. But she looked at me and left. I hope she realized that I was only being nice and that she is being irrational. Honestly, after reading the title of this post, I thought that maybe he was being the dumbass. But then after reading his side of the story, it kind of sounds like he was just being irrational. I mean, if you're gonna just crying about how fat you were, what do you want people to say? And then if you say, no, you're not fat. Oh, no, you're a liar. Like, what do you want me to say? Yeah, I agree. You're a fucking hecking chonker. And then she leaves? These type of people are so insufferable to be around because you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you lie to them and be like, oh, no, you're not fat, ha ha, you know, they'll just be like, no, you're lying just to make me feel better. Then if you're like, oh, you know, maybe you're a little bit fat, then they get mad. What do you want? What do you want? Could you imagine this being like that scene from Death Note where Light's just like, you're a hecking chonker, and the girl's face just grows dark? A femboy that's a tomboy sounds awesome, not gonna lie. Isn't that just like a guy? We've gone full circle in homosexuality. How much are beats? 200 for stems, DM for exclusive prices. I don't got $200, but I could put you on with some e-girls. Let me know. Now, let me ask the viewers, do you think that getting put on was...
What if I can't believe that I just did that. I can't believe I just did that. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. Oh, I'm such a fucking idiot, dude. Literally 1 second, dude. Fuck me. Oh my. Oh Are you on right now? Yeah, I'll get on real quick. I'll play. Alright. I'm such a dipshit. I can't believe I just did that.